We've mentioned Jayden Seales and his success in the first innings. 3 wickets he got. First was Abid Ali, then Azhar Ali, and Hassan Ali was the 3rd wicket with the short delivery. A trick of Ali's. Those of you following the test match in England that is happening concurrent to this one. India 364 in their first innings. England in response, last time I checked, 314 for 500 from Joe Root. And in terms of the percentage of deliveries they have attacked in that test match, very similar to what we saw from Pakistan in the first innings. 33% of deliveries being attacked. And that's coming from 2 of the top 5 ranked teams in test match cricket. India ranked 2nd, England 4th. So Samuel Badri, we just might see a similar approach from Pakistan. They'll not only want to spend time out in the middle, they will look to score and accumulate runs.
Speaking to Misbah Ulhaq before the start of the day's play, he was thinking anything upwards of 250. As we see that auto no ball being called by umpire Wilson. So he wants to set a target at a minimum of 250. And for West Indies, batting last on this surface. So they'll be harboring hopes of spending lots of time out in the middle.
Just to follow that point, did a little bit of an analysis of Pakistan's batting in the first innings and the second innings in test match cricket since 2018. And 16 times they've passed 250 runs in the first innings, and only twice they've backed it up with a score in excess of that in the second. Now, they didn't get to 250, but you'd expect that Pakistan can get to that marker, given what we've seen from them statistically since 2018.
No!
Yeah, and the quality of the middle order in particular. And some of them sitting there, Babar Azam, Fawad Alam, Mohammad Rizwan, quite relaxed. Very exceptional batsmen in their own right, all of them. Good records as well in first-class cricket, even in test cricket. So they're banking on that experience to come to the fore.
No!
Solid in defense, maiden over, 1 without loss.
It'll be vitally important for the West Indies new ball pair to make the opening batsman play a little bit more often against this new ball. Brilliant sunshine, brilliant day ahead of us. Morning, Colin Croft.
Good morning, Mr. Bishop. Good morning to our viewers everywhere. I think the first thing that Pakistan has got to do here is to elongate this innings for the entire day. We're still way ahead in this test match. This is just the first session of the third day. So these batsmen are going to be very careful not to get themselves out. They would like to be batting at the end of today. If they're not, then the West Indies would have particular advantages. If anything, I would suggest that today is the best day for batting. The first day the pitch was a little bit slow. Yesterday there was a little bit more pace and bounce, variable bounce. Today I think it's just settled down. So the bowlers are going to have to work really hard for their wickets. More fast bowlers for the West Indies initially.
West Indies can't believe that Brathwaite hasn't raised his finger. They've gone upstairs.
Copy, Greg. Third umpire to television director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already established it's a fair delivery. Can you move on to front on spin vision, please? Ball appears very close to both bat and pad. I'm going to need ultra edge to confirm. Ultra edge coming up. There's a flat line as the ball is next to the bat. There is no bat involved. Can you move on to ball tracking, please, James? Pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets hitting. I'm ready to go back on field to Greg. Greg, I'm going to have to ask you to overturn your decision to out. You're on screen now.
Akema Roach was very convinced, so he knew that that was an out. LBW, the umpire did not give it, referred up. And remember, out LBW for no score. It's 1 for 1.
Azhar Ali makes his way to the crease. He's been a world-class performer across his career in Test match cricket for Pakistan. They'll be hoping that that experience and that skill is on show today. And when I made reference to Brathwaite not raising his finger, it wasn't Craig Brathwaite I was referring to, it was Gregory Brathwaite, no relation. As plumb as ever. I just wonder if he felt there might have been an inside edge, or whether the batsman was struck just outside the line. I wonder if that's what he thought. Roach had no inclination at all or doubt.
Pull his right arm over, one delivery left.
Abid Ali and Azhar Ali.
Jayden Seales. That's a lovely shot. Pleasing to the eye for Abid Ali.
Very nice shot to come off the mark. Over pitch by Jayden Seales. He was aiming for the leg cutter. It did swing a little bit, but swung right into the middle of the bat. Placement and power. That's nice. Look at his eyes directly over the contact point of ball and bat. And I think Seales will recognize right away that he's going to have to just bring the length back a bit.
No!
He's also bowled that one a little bit quicker, 136 kilometers per hour. But this is when a young fast bowler facing batsmen of this caliber will have to learn his skill really well. Abid Ali, one of Pakistan's stalwart batsmen. Batting at number 3 is probably the most difficult position. So batsmen tell you, 3 or 4, especially when you lose a wicket very early.
No!
The reason I wondered what the influence would have been on the umpire not to give it out initially, I wonder if the bat hit the pad on the way down and caused the noise. Look at the bottom of the bat and the pad. It brushed into the pad, so I don't know. I'm just speculating just there that whether the umpire may have thought maybe he got an edge. Roach went across to the batsman to ask him if he hit it after he left that little crowd. So I'm not saying it's great, I'm not saying it's warranted, but I just wonder. A repeat dose. It's a shot that Abid Ali likes. He was dismissed by it in the first innings, so it means Seales has to pull his length back.
Well, this one is a little bit wider, but still as full. There are 4 slips and 2 gullies, so there's no room for mistakes. Again, overpitched, middle of the bat. Absolutely straight bat, 4 more. Yes, I think the West Indies are going to make a slight change. They're going to keep a man at mid-off and then a man at extra cover. So one of the slips comes out.
He pulls the length back just a touch. Let's reflect. It's more of a defensive prod, but he was on his way forward in the first innings. But it's a push, and it's perhaps the ideal length. The other thing to look for, we'll see the 2 drives again maybe in the next over, folks at home. Look at the back leg of Abid Ali when he plays those drives next over. Little bit in the air. Couple of runs. 11 for 1.
Well, the West Indies will be very pleased with their start here. They've gotten a wicket. That was Kemar Roach's 226th test wicket. First one he got this morning. And run but out palpably LBW for no score.
Thank you, sir.
6 of 48 is best. Now, if you could get that in this innings, that would help the West Indies no end.
Let's look at this drive again and look at the back leg. So it's quite interesting that the back leg loses its foundation almost at the moment that he's driving the ball. I just find it curious. I'm not saying it's a fault. I'm not saying it's something you copy. And here's the second one. Slightly better. So it's an interesting idiosyncrasy. He does like the shot. Oh, unfortunate for Craig Brathwaite, rebounding off his body over the rope.
Big effort put in there by the captain. Was he'd be disappointed he didn't get that. There's a fifth movement that and Bishop has been focusing on. Forward left. That one was the second for.
Better foundation for him, not so much for Craig Brathwaite. But it's the cost benefit. The West Indies are doing the right thing. The batsman is being allowed to play or forced to play more. At the moment, Abid Ali has been able to play confidently and pull the length back even slightly.
Field has also changed now with a mid-off, extra cover and cover point. And just 3 slips. The third slip is probably in a fourth slip position, but he's not at gully. I think those 3 men on the offside have been put out there for protection. The West Indies did have a small lead of 36, but I think they would like that 36 is already accounted for 1 wicket. If they could get 2 or 3 in that 36, that would put them in good stead. Very balancing act, a big balancing act if you want to get wickets quickly or if you want to defend the runs. I think the West Indies captain, Craig Brathwaite, knows that this is the pitch 250, 275. To get that would be very difficult in a 4th innings.
$16 for 1. Four slips and a gully. Jayden Seales as a fast bowler will remember the 3 alleys that he knocked out in the first innings. Has that ever happened before, Patrick? Come on. You get 3 batsmen out in an innings. They all have the same surname. Come on, Patrick, our analyst. I know Patrick says that Alzari Joseph got, what, 13 wickets of England, and 7 of them are called Joseph. Alzari Joseph has 7 batsmen named Joseph. Brilliant delivery.
I think Jayden Seales is now warming up. That was an absolutely beautiful delivery at Jaffer, but not an edge. Just a little bit pitch exactly where he wanted it. You could see the seam. It's facing slip. And once it hits the ground, it should go away. But the bounce there was steep. At 137 kilometers per hour, he's now warming up. His captain has given him the confidence. For Azarali, who we did get out in the first innings. The very big catching arc there for the West Indies. Joshua De Silva is standing well back. From him, they will take their cue. The man at second slip. So 3 slips, 2 gullies. The first gully is maybe a 5th slip. But I think that Jayden Seales will also have to let the batsman play a little bit more, pitch the ball in off stump, and then a little bit of movement away. He's had a wonderful time behind the stumps with Joshua De Silva. He's also indicating what he thinks is happening. Young player in the West Indies team, but as a wicketkeeper, he will advise his captain as to how things are going from his bowler's perspective.
Very good. Azhar Ali elected to pull the bat away, but I think the ball had already sneaked past his probing shot.
Oh, not sure what he was trying to do there, Azhar Ali. I think he played, but just beaten for pace.
Sixteen for 1. Glorious day here in Kingston. Contrasting opening bowlers. Seales swings the ball away on the wing. Roach nips it back mostly. Good hand on it to stop and save a couple of runs at mid-wicket.
So Kemaro's just at 133 kilometers per hour, but he's done yeoman service to the West Indies. He's had some injuries. He's been playing for a long time. So he knows how to temper his approach when he will pull a real quick delivery. And I know that he might be thinking, well, this is a long day. His fastest ball so far, 135. Slowest, 124. That's a very big envelope. That comes with experience. Suspect that slow ball is when he tries to get the off cutter. It's interesting how bowlers operate with batsmen. As a rally, he's got 3 slips, man at cover point, extra cover mid off. And then when he was bowling to Abid Ali, who was more aggressive, more trying to pierce the field, he allowed that man at second slip to go to backward point. It's a thing that Roach would also know, that he needs to let the batsman play a little bit more. This pitch has been almost unbelievable. It's a really nice pitch today.
Good from Jermaine Blackwood to stop that.
Yes, the West Indies are going to have to take every opportunity to take catches today. It's hot. The bowlers are working hard. So whenever you get a chance to stop a couple of runs or take a catch, these are the conditions that your faster bowlers will give you their effort. You've got to do everything and take the catches.
$17 for 1. Seales struck a good length in the previous over. It was a maiden over because of the slight pulling back in the length as compared to maybe when he bowled to Abid Ali. A wicket in the first innings, and the 2 boundary balls. One was, I suppose, a little bit fuller. The next boundary wasn't actually that much difference in length from the wicket ball from the first innings. Good work by the guys downstairs. So it's risk reward. But I think as you evolve in a game, and this is where guys like Shaheen Afridi, who I think is an exceptional talent, and he showed his skill in the first innings with 4 wickets. Never understand why so many people at home criticize him when he has a bad game, but that's another story. And Jayden Seales, 19. As you evolve in a game, sometimes your length in the test match needs to pull back as the swing and seam dissipates. There's Shaheen on the left. Across formats at age 21. A phenomenal talent that is still a work in progress.
I think Jayden Seales was just trying to get that one coming back into the right-hander. Just badly lined. Azhar Ali just, again, falling over a little bit to the offside. There he is. His head is going to the offside. The ball is just aiming into the leg stump.
No problem in aiming to bowl straighter at Azhar Ali because he at times can be an LBW candidate because he gets the front leg across and plays around it sometimes before he's set. We saw a number of appeals against him in the first innings, but once he's set, he has been a world-class performer. Seales threw his hands in the air after as I hit it. Delicate Seales.
First time I'm seeing Jayden Seales bowl live, well, at the ground. I've seen him on television, of course. Very impressed. The one thing, as I said, is that his follow-through should be a little bit longer. They tell you that your follow-through should ideally be as long as your approach. Well, you cut that in half and you add 1 or you minus 1. So I would say 5 or 6 steps. Quite impressed by this young man.
No!
19 for 1.
Where to cover? Ball. Change of bowler, right arm over. That's middle. Middle.
Kalmeh is the new bowler for the West Indies. West Indies striking early, getting the wicket of Imran Butt. A lot of work for Azhar Ali, Abid Ali to do. Not expose their middle order. We saw important partnerships were for both teams in that first innings. That will be high priority for these two at the crease. Morning to you, Stacey Ann King.
Good morning, Darren. Good morning to all our viewers, wherever you're tuned in.
I mentioned partnerships. What do you think are the key elements for these two to be successful, to string together a substantial partnership? We saw quite a few, 96 between Holder and Brathwaite, 85 between Fahim Ashraf and Fawad Alam. How can these two repeat those partnerships?
I think what stood out is the amount of balls that was faced in all those partnerships. I think that's also going to be important here. And of course, that communication, being able to talk and discuss what's happening out there.
What will help in that effort is the fact that this pitch has flattened out a bit. Less moisture on the surface. I'm sure there's a little more pace coming off the grass. There's quite a bit of rough developing as well from the bowler's footmarks.
No!
Abid Ali and Azhar Ali look quite contented. Would have only scored 9, Abid Ali, in his first innings. But now as the pitch has flattened out a lot more, I think we're going to see him get some runs here today.
Good piece of fielding. And talking about footmarks, I think Craig Brathwaite will be interested in what is happening in terms of the footmarks at the Courtney Walsh end. Shaheen Shah Afridi, out of his 22 or so overs, bowled 20 overs from the Courtney Walsh end. There's a fair amount of footmark outside the off-stump for the right-handers. So Roston Chase will be a viable option, bowling from the Malcolm. I always keep saying Malcolm instead of Michael Holding, as if to say Malcolm Marshall. But from the Michael Holding end,
No!
Roston Chase will be a good option later on as the ball gets older. 9 overs gone, 20 for 1. Double change for the West Indies. Jason Holder now with the ball. He's on a hat-trick. Got the wickets of Mohamed Abbas and Fawad Alam in the first innings. 3 slips and a gully. Will he get a hat-trick? Denied on that occasion.
Coming in a bit earlier to bowl Jason Holder and Kyle Mayers. We would have seen them within that first innings, coming in the 11th and 12th overs.
Yeah, I was making mention of the footmarks outside the off-stump for the right-handers. That's when you're batting at the Courtney Walsh end. It's developing, and it will interest Craig Brathwaite later and deeper into this innings. Very difficult to see it at the moment because there's a intense covering of grass. But the surface is quite hard, and it's quite rough as well. So I expect that variable bounce, maybe variable turn as well, will be on offer for a right-handed off-spinner. Yeah, if you look at the footmarks on the batting crease, quite distinct.
And we would have seen Kemar Roach gotten his wickets early, just pitching up into that full length as well. So definitely an area that Craig Brathwaite is going to look at.
And I also say that with the knowledge of what transpired in that best versus best game, which was a West Indies first-class game in preparation for this test match. 2 spinners picked up 5 wickets. And a lot of it had to do with the indentations made early on with the softness of the surface. And when it hardened out, it produced a lot of traction for the spinners to get turn, to get variable bounce, which challenged many of the batsmen on show. Pakistan with lots of right-handers in their top 5. Just 1 run from the over, 21 for 1. Just about completion of the first hour, and we'll have a Blue Waters drinks break. During the first drinks break of day 3, a reflection of the West Indies and what they produced with the bat. 97 to Brathwaite, getting the West Indies to 253. 2 wickets to fall in the morning period. Both Shaheen Shah Afridi, who picked up 4 for 59, 3 for Mohammad Abbas. These 2 wickets, the first, Jamal Warrican, an in-swinging Yorker, unplayable. Swing and pace, which is a lethal combination. And then Joshua De Silva trying to farm the strike, didn't negotiate this one well. His front foot getting into the way, that inward swing getting the better of him, and upon review it was confirmed that it was a right call by umpire Joel Wilson.
Pakistan so far just losing that 1 wicket, but a nice partnership building by Abid Ali and Azra Ali. That 1 wicket to fall was to Kemar Roach. Original decision, not out. Reviewed and confirmation. Decision had to be overturned, and Imran Butt had to go. Kemar Roach got his first wicket.
Right, gents, let's play.
Pakistan still trailing by 15 runs. Remember, the West Indies led by 36. Not a massive lead. Pakistan will back the ability of their batsmen in this situation. This man in particular, Azhar Ali, had his challenges in the first innings. Had quite a number of reviews, but persisted. And persisted to a significant partnership with his captain, Babar Azam. They produced 47. That gave more time to the surface for the moisture to wear off. Not expose their middle order and other batsmen to come.
He only scored 17, but he faced 79 balls to get there. So again, the importance of partnership and just sticking around.
Batting time, as we saw with Craig Brathwaite. Wearing bowlers down.
No!
And of course, with some frustrations, 4 appeals, winning all of them.
No!
Abid Ali was dismissed by Jayden Seales in that first innings for 9. There's been a greater focus by batsmen on that corridor area outside the off stump.
No!
So quite a number of wickets going to deliveries in that channel. So as a batsman, you've got to determine and decide what your approach will be, whether you're going to cover the line a little bit more, move further across the off stump to negate the outside edge or inside edge, or just play the waiting game and leave it alone. 22 for 1. Jason Holder continues. Just to give you a little bit of an idea of how beautiful this island country is. Jamaica north of the Caribbean islands. Lots of adventurous stuff to do here. North coast of the island, filled with all-inclusive resorts, beautiful beaches. Dunn's River Fall is a great attraction as well. Just going past the outside edge. Added to all those attractions we hear at Sabina Park, and a little bit of history of this ground, was a part of a bigger parcel of land owned by a merchant back in 1980. It was rented firstly before it was owned by the Kingston Cricket Club. Very, very prominent cricket club that resides here at Sabina Park. There's a club. Always a hive of activity in pre-pandemic times. As was mentioned, the lights were commissioned at this venue in 2014. Creates a great ambience when the spectators are here. There's a George Headley stand. There is a mound as well, synonymous with having a great time, all-inclusive type of experience, food and drink.
No!
George Headley, immortalized with his name on one of the stands here at Sabina Park. There it is. Statue outside the ground in his honor as well.
No!
Just one run from the over. I'll tell you a little bit more about Sabina Park in the next one. 23 for 1.
That's middle.
Inward movement by Carl Mayers. So again, 1880, when this piece of land and parcel of land was rented. 1930, it hosted the first test match. And a new addition, murals on the wall of Sabina Park. Those murals entitled Celebration, a collaboration of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport and the Jamaica Cricket Association and Sabina Park Holdings, featuring prominent cricketers from Jamaica. Legends like George Headley, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, Collie Smith, Jerry Alexander. That's Jackie Hendricks. Christopher Henry Gale, also on the wall. Jimmy Adams, Michael Holding, Maurice Foster. Quite a number of legendary cricketers from Jamaica. Few current players from Jamaica as well in this West Indian team. Nkrumah Bonner, Jermaine Blackwood. There's Nkrumah Bonner. Vice captain Jermaine Blackwood. He might get a chance to go on the wall in time to come.
It's really good to see Stephanie Taylor on that wall as well. Jamaica's been so patriotic about their athletes, past and present. And Of course, we would have seen that just recently for the independents last week. And those Olympic medals.
Very similar template to batting being shown at the moment by these two out in the middle. Run rates in the previous two innings, Pakistan just about 3. The West Indies 2.8 in their first innings. Should be a couple leg byes. Or might be 4, yep. 4 runs. Azhar Ali getting his first boundary. 27 for 1 after 13 overs.
Yeah, this was the last ball of the previous over. Just training his line, Kyle Mears.
Gets the outside edge, but soft hands keeping it down. And consecutive boundaries now for Pakistan. First run for Abid Ali after 16 deliveries.
You're just doing what he has to do and what needs to be done. Just sticking around Abid Ali. Gets in the line of this one. Just beats that slip region area. And gets 4 runs for it.
Abid Ali just got square when playing that last delivery. Not the ideal position you want to end up in as a opening batsman. That has prompted Craig Brathwaite to invest in another slip now. 3 slips and a gully. An appeal. On move the umpire. Again, Jason Holder testing the defense of Abid Ali.
They just seem to be going down leg a bit and height as well. Hence the reason Craig Brathwaite did not go up.
Seems to find himself in no man's land, so to speak. Neither forward with his head or back. Fully in defense. Playing from the crease. Not ideal in these conditions. Not moving a lot. He was on that said position as he was in his stance. A lot closer than we thought. Would have been umpire's call.
It doesn't have much of a stride as expected from most players, Abid Ali.
And you mentioned stride. For me, not only is it important to get the stride in, but it's also the head, how that follows the front foot with the hip as well. It's a control of the swing, whether you're going defensive or you're driving at the ball. That body positioning and alignment with head and front leg is so crucial, whether you choose to play forward or play back.
No!
Very good from Jason Holder, 31 for 1.
Go down there. But lunchtime, Jason on this level off as well. Okay. Right? Yeah. Deal with that one right. Okay, go on.
Bit of repair work being done by the bowler's foot marks where he lands, just leveling off the surface with that mallet. Obviously, that's an important area where that front foot takes all of the weight on delivery. You want to make sure that's level and flat as much as possible. Decent start by Pakistan, just 5 away from erasing that deficit set by the West Indians. Kalmeers into his 4th over. Seen some movement from him, some swing and some seam as well. Good morning, Colin Croft.
Hello, Mr. Battery, sir. Nice to see you. At least we're sporting a little bit of a blue together, darker blue. You talk about the foot marks. There's a lot of pressure being put on the ankles and lower leg, especially that left leg when you plan to deliver from any fast bowler. And most of these guys are somewhere between, I would expect, 65, 75 kilograms, maybe 100.
Good call, good response, good single. Faz Ali. Very challenging.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Look at that pressure coming down on that ankle. Now it's the whole bowler's weight on that spot. Unbelievable. A couple of fast bowlers had actually broken ankles in delivery.
Kalmeers himself had an issue with his ankle a couple of years back. That did hamper his bowling. That left ankle, that landing ankle, like you just mentioned, the one that takes all of that weight, all of that pressure from the momentum in the run-up in through that delivery stride.
I think the physicists call that foot poundals because I think it's multiplied by your weight and how tall you are and everything else.
But he does an important job for the West Indies, does Kalmeers, with the ball. Very good economy rate, so he doesn't give away any runs, and he has that ability to pick wickets. So he plays an important cog in this bowling lineup for the West Indies. He has 11 wickets in his career so far. The best of 3 for 24, but gives the other bowlers an opportunity to take a break, take a breather. At the same time, asking questions and keeping the run rate down.
That last delivery, though, I think was just a little bit too wide for the batsman to be playing. I think he's accustomed to Kalmeers bringing the ball back into the right-hander. And so he was kind of fishing out there. That one just stayed a little bit straight. does a good job, very, very good job for the West Indies as the number 4 bowler. This is the last delivery. That one just stayed a little bit straight now. The batsman is way, way wide.
A loose shot there from Abid Ali this time. 32 for 1 it remains. Early wicket for the West Indies. Exactly what they would have wanted with the new ball. A good partnership being constructed here between these two. Still trailed by 4. Photographer getting a better vantage point.
Samuel Badri. I've been getting a few notices from Craig Bradford and the use of his bowlers. People have been asking me if he's like Clive Lloyd, who doesn't like spinners. I couldn't answer that.
Does have some options in terms of the spin. I'm sure we'll see a little bit later on. Jamal Warrican, specialist left-arm orthodox spinner. Just a solitary over in the first innings. Ruston Chase had a bit more. 8 overs from Ruston Chase. They'll have more of an opportunity in the second innings, that's for sure. With this pitch settling down, some movement still, some of those deliveries still jogging. I just feel that the spinners will have to do a roll. And Jason Hula just probes on a good length. Test match cricket, this is what it's all about. Creating pressure, sustaining that pressure, being patient. We've spoken about it as a batsman, also as a bowler. And really setting things up. Not being impatient and looking for a wicket in every delivery or every over. But really setting up that spell. And once you can build that pressure on both ends and wear the batsman down mentally,
it's interesting you say that, because as a fast bowler, I would bowl 3, and then if they play, I would try something. Now, this is a good pitch match for Jason Holder. Good lengths, they're full lengths, just a couple of deliveries, 21%. Now, I would think that he wants the batsman to be playing. Some of them are a little bit too wide, but mostly on the good length.
Yeah, and 2 things that the analysts speak about: the corridor of uncertainty and the corridor of engagement. And that corridor of uncertainty, whether the batsman has to play or not, he's uncertain about it, hence the name. And also the corridor of engagement, where you want the batsman playing as much as possible. So you're wearing him down mentally. Every delivery he has to think about it, as opposed to having him leave alone, where he can take a mental break. Made over, 32 for 1. Brilliant conditions here at Sabina Park. Lots of sunshine. Just talking about that corridor of uncertainty and corridor of engagement. And those are the areas you want to be consistently at. Just having the batsman think about every delivery so he doesn't have an opportunity to shut down, mentally take a break. The only rest he should have is when you're going back to the top of your mark. You want to keep him engaged as much as possible. Spoke about spin, Colin Croft. Well, first sign of spin for the West Indies in this second innings. And Jomel Warrican it is from the Courtney Walsh end.
And quite a few people around the Caribbean would be celebrating, I think. At least it's those who sent me texts.
Oh! Hard at the ball, Joe. Hard at the ball,
Not a
Joe.
bad start. At least it's quick through the air. Nice arm action. 11 matches, 32 wickets.
Catch up!
First test match in the West Indies, remember, for Jomel Warrican. So still looking for his first wicket in the region. Another one of those bowlers who will probe.
Oh, yes,
Doesn't really give too many loose deliveries.
Interesting field, a short extra cover and a cover point and an extra cover a little bit deeper.
Advances down the pitch. Wonderful blow from Abid Ali. First 6 of the match. Sublime strike.
Absolutely beautiful use of the feet. I think this is premeditated. Just advanced, made sure he got to the pitch, didn't pull across the line, hit it exactly back in the same line that in which it came. And that's the way you get a first 6 of this match. Very nicely played by Abid Ali.
Now with that shot, Pakistan has erased the lead. Now they lead by 2 runs, so the innings essentially now off and running. But he's made a statement immediately against the spinner Abid Ali. 38 for 1. Pakistan batsmen setting up stall for a long haul out in the middle. That's what is required from them. Difficult conditions in the first innings. They had to endure. Much better now. Kemar Roach.
So Roach is now coming in with the wind. The wind is coming from same position as yesterday, about southeast, maybe even more east. So he's bowling from the southern end, the Michael Holding end. So Roach would be thinking, if I could get the ball to swing away from the right-hander and then cut back into the right-hander once it hits. Illustrious fast bowler for the West Indies. So Kemar Roach would like to emulate him.
Edged, dropped. Jason Holder has taken quite a number of catches in the slips for the West Indies. A brilliant one in the first innings, diving away to his left. This time, wasn't able to hold on. Kemar Roach doing exactly what his captain wanted of him, getting that edge. Just hits and grasped it.
The man at second slip should not be going to his left. The man at first slip should be going to his right. This is a right-hander. I think first slip is too deep. And because of that, Jason Holder, who is a little bit advanced, had to go across the man at first slip.
Well, Colin Croft is that man again, Azza Ali, We saw what happened with him in the first innings, didn't we?
Well, he still got 2 more lives for the 9. But you look at Jason Holder, yes, he's tall, and he's a second slip. But the cardinal rule is that the man at second slip should not be going to his left. This is a right-handed batsman. The wicketkeeper should be just outside off stump. The first slip here is a little bit too deep. That ball will never have gotten to him. And that's why Jason Holder had to go across to the left.
Playing a miss. Excellent from Kimaruch. That win, like you mentioned, helping him. Batsman playing for that ball, coming back in, which is the usual style from Kimaruch, but just holding on the line. Got the edge already. He's beating the bat now. Excellent bowling from the very experienced Kimaruch.
Might even have asked to get to that southern end, the Michael Holding end, because he might have recognized the wind is coming from his right as he comes in. One of the worst things for a fast bowler is to see a catch being dropped at slip. Roach has played a long time. He'd had a few dropped, I'm sure. But he would also be mindful that this is a very difficult pitch to bowl on. This is a very hard day. Normally, Jason Holder does not drop too many.
Spokes it for 1 to retain the strike. Azza Ali, and 41 for 1. Nutritional day of Test match cricket awaits us once again. Battle of concentration, patience, discipline, persistence, and perseverance. Jumel Warrican will continue. Just at 6 in his first over.
Oh, yes, Joey boy.
Just reflecting on that drop catch and slip in Jason Holder. Colin Croft, who are some of the slip fielders in your time that were particularly good? Going after him once again. This time, Azza Ali, not entirely in control, but gets the boundary nonetheless. So a clear intent against Jumel Warrican from the Pakistani batsman.
This one was also premeditated by the batsman, and I think Jumel Warrican saw him coming, tried to hide it into the leg stump, and this one just tucked down to the mid-wicket. There you go. That's a one-day shot. So you would expect that they're trying to target Warrican.
Elegant. Absolutely supreme. This time from Azza Ali, totally in control, and consecutive boundaries.
Shot of the morning. Timing here perfect. This time it's not a fast bowler, so he has to time this along with some of the accuracy of getting that ball between extra cover and cover. 4. Nicely played.
Yo, that's you, Joey. That's
Runs flowing now for Pakistan. 14 runs conceded so far. And just 10 deliveries from Jumel Warrican. Long off in position, so a single. You tell me about those slip fielders in the next over, Colin Croft. 50 comes up for Pakistan. The lead now 14 for them. Lots of work still to be done, but a good partnership. Partnership 49. healthy at the moment.
Don't worry.
9 runs coming from that over. 50 for 1. This is where we are at the moment into day 3. Pakistan 217, West Indies 253. Ebbed and flowed. Edged. Dropped short. You keep talking about that, Colin Croft, and the position of the wicketkeeper. So twice in 2 overs, Azhar Ali has edged and survived.
Sometimes I'm very upset that I'm right. This is way, that's just such a juicy edge, and it drops in front. I think Joshua Da Silva has to take a step or 2 ahead. He's done it now. Roach knows that. The man, the wicketkeeper, is the one who sets the stall of where the slips are. So first slip is way too deep. The ball will never get to him, even now.
It has to be a full-blooded drive, doesn't it, for it to fly through to that first slip.
Yeah, you talk about a couple of the slippers I had. When I started, there's Alvin Kalicharan, Clive Lloyd, Gordon Greenidge, and the gully was Roy Fredericks and Joel Garner. Then when Roy Fredericks stopped playing, then when Viv came in, and Viv didn't play all the games that I played, but he was there too, and then he went into the slips. So it was Gordon Greenidge, Viv Richards, Clive Lloyd, and then Joel Garner.
And that delivery flies through.
But they used to take their cue from Derek Murray and David Murray and Jeffrey Dujon. Jeffrey Dujon, because of his agility, used to be 1.5 slip. So he used to go where probably half of slip would be. And so that afforded the slip to go a little bit wider. No? But all 3 of them, David, yes, David, Derek, and Jeffrey Dujon, they wanted the ball to be coming into their waist, not down to the ankles, and that is where the problem is, especially in a pitch like this. Remember, I grew up bowling on a place like this called Border. If you got an edge, you were celebrating. Forget about going to slip. So this pitch, you need the wicketkeeper to be a little bit closer so that the ball will go into his hand just about his thigh.
Nikima Roach has been quite impressive from that Michael Holding end. Just the 2 overs now that he's bowled from there. He's beaten the bat, gotten the edges twice, but no reward just yet in terms of the wickets. West Indies will be desperate to get maybe another one at least before lunch. Just a few minutes away from lunch on the 3rd day. Mid-Nova, 50 for 1.
These guys are awesome. They were fast ball. Fast.
Go, War.
Jamal Warrican will continue And 15 runs and 2 overs so far. Long off, long on.
Effort worry.
Has a sweeper in place as well. And that brings up the 50 partnership in between these two. Much needed. Much more needed as well.
Yes, both of the Alis doing their thing. Abid Ali and Azhar Ali. Both hitting boundaries, one hit a 6 even. Abid Ali, Azhar Ali, the non-strike, the striker now, had 3 4s.
So they've gone a little bit on the defensive with just about 5 minutes to lunch. Colin Croft, long on, long off, sweeper in position.
Wrong move. I think just before lunch, I'm going to try to get a wicket. I'll put some pressure. The man at Wideish mid off, put him at silly, short extra cover maybe.
Maybe an extra catcher in front of the bat like you're mentioning there, so they may feel a little bit hesitant going on that front foot, especially given the fact that lunch is imminent. Just there, if a man is in that silly mid-off position, you just wonder if he'd be so comfortable going on that front foot, Abid Ali.
Ball, Joey. Ball and Joe.
Very watchful and using his bat. Jamal Warrican will try to target that front pad. And that's what he does, wicket to wicket. Not much turn, but very persistent. Swept away. Good connection. And gets the boundary. Another boundary for Abid Ali. End of the over. 56 for 1.
Last one. Yeah.
Jamal Warrican has been very expensive in his 3 overs. Conceding 21 runs. Kemar Roach, very impressive from the Michael Holden end. Couple edges. Might just be the final over before lunch on day 3. How nice would it be for the West Indies to take one of these with them in that lunch break? Last ball of the last over, competently swept. Very much in control, head over the ball, eyes on the ball all the way, and a good boundary.
Warrican was interested for an LBW decision, didn't hit the pad at all. 4.
Clean him up. Does get the reward. Kemar Roach, this one seems sharply back, hits the leg stump of Azhar Ali. Might feel a little bit unlucky, but has had luck going his way previously. And just as I was mentioning how much of a welcome this would be for the West Indians, they get that breakthrough.
Didn't bang that much, but Roach is celebrating because he's got the wicket that the West Indies needed. As a rally, he's gone to 23, 56 for 2.
And it's lunch. The umpires have called play on day 3. West Indies picks up 2 wickets in this period. Both wickets falling to Kemar Roach, who continues to spearhead this West Indian bowling lineup. And Pakistan would have erased the deficit, and now they lead by 20. West Indies lost both wickets for just 2 runs earlier today. Warrican going for 1. And then Joshua De Silva, LBW, to Shaheen Shah Afridi, who got both wickets. De Silva made 21. Confirmation of the bowling. Mohamed Abbas picked up 3. Shaheen Shah Afridi 4 for 59. Very impressive. And a wicket apiece for Fahim Ashraf and Hassan Ali. All out for 253.
Pakistan starting badly. And remember, LBW to Roach for no score, and just on the click of lunch as a rally bowled, but one that kept a little bit low for 23, 56 for 2.
Kemar Roach stands out once again, 2 for 8 for him so far. Very expensive Jamel work, and there seemed to be a clear ploy to attack him. None of the other bowlers in the wickets column just yet. Pakistan in their first innings, 217. West Indies, 253, a lead of 36. Pakistan in their second, 56 for 2, an overall lead of 20 at this stage.
Another defining session, potentially, of a test match. Glorious skies here at Sabina. And one of the finest all-round players in the last few years. A developing test career still. But a white ball career that is second to none.
He scored 30 in his first innings, Babar Azam. He'll know the importance of sticking around. And he's such a quality player. So he will be expected to do same.
It's been a tremendous spell of bowling by Roach. 56 for 2.
Middle. Off. Leg.
Thank you, sir.
Ball his right arm over.
Jason Holder replaces Warrican. As we were talking about previously, Bish.
Yeah, and you alluded to it in our off-air chat, and I think it's a good thing. I think Darren Ganga mentioned it as well. 2 best bowlers, because we go back to, I think it was, which session was it on the first day? Was it after tea? Where
Middle.
West Indies didn't start with the 2 elder statesmen. it doesn't guarantee that they'll have success, Stacey, and I think you alluded to it in our chat, but at least you're utilizing your best options to try to take advantage of it. That's the highest class of Babar Azam. The only thing you'll see better is his cover drive. That's just a touch.
Yeah, such good timer, such a good timer of the cricket ball, Babar Azam. Just gets onto that front foot and works this one into that onside. And gets him 4 runs and gets off the mark with 4 runs. Such class, Babar Azam. It's a much better line from Jason Holder. After all, he has 3 slips and 2 gullies.
$61 for 2. A little bit of a gift to start the over from Roach. 2 runs taken. Abid Ali actually slipped in turning for the 2nd run.
I'm just having a look at his spikes. It's interesting because some batters would use half spikes, some batters would use rubber, and there are, of course, some who would choose to go all spikes, full spikes.
And why? As someone who batted much better than I did, what was your choice and why?
I'd go with half spikes, just to that balance of being able to transfer the weight onto that front foot, so onto the toes. I think it's more or less just that transformation of weight, being able to go forward and stay in position rather than skidding, and especially when it comes to running between the wickets. Of course, you want to be in a good position that when you ground quickly and turn, you're able to get there. But it's also a concern when you have on full spikes and batting, because if you run down that danger area, of course, the umpire will warn you.
Yeah, it's an interesting preference. And just on reflection with Abid Ali there, I can't remember which part of a surface he turned on. Sometimes, whether you have full spikes, half spikes on, if you turn on the grass area, you don't get any traction. Some guys would land on the side of the shoes, and of course there's no traction there. I think I was trying to think of Roger Harper, who's the current chairman of selectors. I think one time the danger of the spikes, he played a sweep shot and the spike got stuck in the ground and he wrenched his knee. It's another reason why some guys don't like wearing spikes in general and would prefer to bat in rubbers. Pimple soles when we say rubbers.
I think the length of the spikes is definitely important because you don't want to get stuck, especially if there's grass on the pitch. 63 for 2.
Jason Holder. He's not a bad bowler from either end. He's experienced now, Holder, as a bowler. So, and during a test match or test match career, you have to be prepared to bowl from either end. But he would prefer, I'm sure, bowling from the Michael Holding end, simply because of the wind direction that aids his preferred outswing. But Roach had already captured that end before lunch. It doesn't mean that he can't shape the ball away from this Courtney Walsh end. And he will put in the work. Remember our good friend Sir Curtly Ambrose, when we played together, we used to have a little huddle down below the bottom of the steps, and when Richie was captain, Sir Richie Richardson, who's the match referee now, as soon as the little thing was said, you look around for Curtly and he was nowhere to be seen. He was sprinting out to the middle so he could take the best end. And we tease each other incessantly about it. He still jokes about it up to today.
I myself would have had a preference. I'd always hate running upward. Uphill, that would be to bowl. Especially if the wind is blowing across the ground as well, which means it's an extra struggle to get up there.
I know what you mean, because similarly for me, I was like a bus going uphill when I had to come up this slope. I didn't particularly like bowling from the holding end here at Sabina Park. Remember when I made my test comeback after a back injury? I got a back injury against Pakistan twice during my career. Once in Pakistan in 1990 and a reoccurrence of it in 92-93 in Barbados against Pakistan. a good edge. And so when I made my test comeback in 1995, I think it was in England, we were playing at Headingley, and I was coming up the hill. And as Ian Bishop was, he was very ordinary for a couple of overs, and our manager sent a message out. He said, do not let him bowl from that end. Swap him around, let him run down the hill. And I was thankful for that, because I think I ended up getting a 5-wicket haul once I changed from the rugby stand end to down the slope. I was a softie. Could not bowl uphill for money. Weak. Nice bounce from Holder.
65 for 2.
Jayden Seales replacing Kemar Roach. Brilliant. What a change in bowling. Not a great shot, but the 19-year-old Jayden Seales will celebrate. First ball of a new spell.
And we just can't keep him out of this game, Jayden Seales and Jason Holder. Getting that false shot from Abid Ali. And he celebrates. Second time in this innings, he's gotten Abid Ali. 34. Pakistan 65 for 3.
Let's go, gentlemen.
Babar Azam. The lead is just 29. So often since his return, he's been a glue for Pakistan.
Yeah, just plucking this one out of the sky, Jason Holder. Another slip fielder would have had to come off the ground. Would have had to jump.
He's enjoying bowling to these Alis in this game, isn't it? It's the 4th Ali that he's dismissed in the match. Abid Ali twice. Or is it the A of a surname that he likes bowling to? He's got one in his sight as Babar Azam. And Babar Azam. Leg side field. Interesting, a short-ish square leg and a man at a backward square. Again, we talk about ends if you're looking on in the Caribbean, in the subcontinent. It's another, Stacey, added decision-making ingredient for Craig Brathwaite, because Jayden Seales likes that end as well, because of his natural shape of bowling outswing to the right-hander or coming back into the left-hander. And again, I joked about Sir Curtly Ambrose, but one of the things about senior bowlers like Walsh and Ambrose, when I played with them, they'd say, Bish, seriously, you take which end you want. We will do some of the hard work from the other end. You're a youngster. You try to work with what is comfortable for you, and we will do the rest. We've got a little bit more experience. But the decision making to appease your players is sometimes understated. Brilliant, brilliant. He likes these A's. He really does. He's off and running. What a young talent this young Jayden Seales is.
Yeah, bowling the perfect line, the perfect length, perfect delivery to get that edge. And he takes off. Celebration Seales. Babar Azam has to go without scoring. Pakistan 65 for 4.
Mohammad Rizwan. Good career over 16 matches. And of course, previous Pakistan skipper Sarfraz Ahmed, part of this squad, displaced, and has shown the value so far with bat and with gloves. Rizwan across formats. But we've talked a lot about Shaheen Shah Afridi at 21, but Jayden Seales is making his own way.
Picking up his second wicket of this innings. How good has he been? And how good will he be in the future for West Indies?
Great length. Great length, which caught forward in no man's land and maybe just hinted to shape back. Look at the ball position in his hand, and you'd see what his preferred shaping. I'd love to see another slip. I really would.
This was his first wicket, and then this beauty from Seales. And this is just great stuff from the 19-year-old.
Right on.
Runs for Rizwan. Still would prefer to see a man in a third slip position. 67 for 4. Lead of 31. One of the things that Craig Brathwaite talked about when we spoke to him at the end of play yesterday, he said he wanted his bowlers to maintain their disciplines. That's all they could control, the process across this day's play for however long it goes. Don't lose focus, don't go searching, just maintain your discipline.
Well, which I must say, after being part of that first test against South Africa, the lines in which they have bowled West Indies bowlers has been much wider compared to exactly what they're doing here now. So as the skipper would have rightly asked for, I think it's good on West Indies bowlers, on the pacers so far, to have been bowling tighter lines and not giving that room just to free arms. I mean, very rare we're getting a boundary, but nonetheless, it's from a ball that's bowled on that wicket.
Yeah, and what Stacey Ann has stressed there is so far. Still much to happen in this test match. But we're seeing that bounce, that movement still on the surface either way. Very good. Batting is still not as easy as some people predicted it would be. If the ball gets softer, and this man is world class on your screen right now, if in case you just came out from a foreign planet and dropped down to earth and you didn't know anything about him. If Pakistan ever needed their captain to stand up, this is one such occasion. Excellent to keep the bat and not go with the movement.
Yeah, Holder is just nagging in that channel, that fourth stump channel, which is a little worrying for Babar Azam, but he's maneuvering very well against him.
Yeah, he just nibbled a little more than I thought. Just a nibble. Does get squared up sometimes, Babar Azam. 67 for 4. Seales. Length was good with the forward Alam wicket too. Spoken ad infinitum about bowling on a good length. And you could argue in hindsight that maybe forward could have left it. It's at what, about 5th, 6th stump? But you're new to the crease, you're on the off stump. Brilliant. Thank goodness the third slip has now walked in, Jermaine Blackwood. It's a good shot, over pitched. And a busy Rizwan needs no second invitation.
And over-pitched delivery from Seales. A full face driven by Rizwan.
Wondering about the man at deep square to two new batters, whether it's just to offer Seales protection in case he misses his line, allows him to bowl straight.
Because he has a fine leg. Fine leg that is more square as well. Interesting. I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, sometimes if you have a young bowler and he feels, well, I need to bowl straight, but if I bowl straight and I get clipped away, then it could run away for 4. I don't know if that's part of a plan for a short ball. I don't know. I'd assume not, because the outswinger is working so well right now.
I agree very much, Bish. And then it's not Mohammed Rizwan who's on strike, who usually likes to play into that mid-wicket region.
$72 for 4.
That's a little bit to you. That's middle. Middle. Right arm over. Go.
Jason Holder to continue.
I'm going to tell you something, and I have no idea whether it's true because I haven't spoken directly to the Hawkeye lads. But when the earthquake took place this morning at the hotel, my dining room table was shifting from side to side. I thought it was someone knocking on my door or my window. So eventually when I came downstairs with one of the Hawkeye lads, and I must say he missed the bus this morning, that's the only reason we brought the peasant down in our vehicle. And I heard him saying to one of his colleagues, for some reason when the earthquake took place, he was hustling down the stairwell and he just saw this flash go past him. Joshua Da Silva running at speed past him down the stairwell. Now, I have no idea if it's true. Apparently, I'm getting confirmation that it's true. Joshua Da Silva was moving like Usain Bolt past our Hawkeye operator as the earthquake took center stage. Our analyst gentleman, our analytics gentleman says that he passed Joshua on the way back up after the earthquake. The entire broadcast was shaken. Listen, when it started shaking, I went to my front door because I thought someone was knocking on my front door. When I realized no one was at the door, I thought they must be cleaning the windows on the 4th floor and knocking on the windows. Nothing there. It wasn't until I was coming back into where my bed was positioned that I realized it was my glass dining table shifting from side to side on the floor, and the room just started shaking. I gave up the ghost then, and I heard screaming outside. I thought, what is to be will be. Then realized all the commentary crew was squealing and shimmering in the hotel courtyard. But obviously, our heart and care goes out to the people of Haiti because they were hit very hard. All jokes aside, the reality is that they've suffered again. And whatever we can do to assist once again the rest of the world, we should.
It's really tough when natural disasters hit, but the recovery is important.
72 for 4. Two for 20 in this innings for Seales. Excellent line. In the first innings, Mohammad Rizwan clipped one to square leg of Jason Holder. Look how far across the stumps he was there. Now Hawkeye is at work again after recovering. Left of screen, the dismissal. Right of screen, this second innings early where he tucked one into the onside. You're not seeing as much as the stump behind him. You're seeing more of the off stump. So he's obviously recognized whatever happened when he fell over left of your screen first innings. He's working on it and has worked on it.
And that's important, especially with all these videos that he can now look back at being available. He's able to see, and of course with his coaching staff, he's just able to work on it and just to make sure that, yes, of course, that head, wherever the head goes, the body will follow. So that's a good way to work on things. Mohammad Rizwan.
An interesting point you make. I just want you to go over that one more time. You say wherever the head goes, because many, many years ago in coaching, they used to say get the foot or the feet, well, the front foot in this case, towards the ball. But you're saying the lead is not necessarily the foot, it's the head overbalanced there.
And why I said that, the head sometimes heavier than. So if at any point getting forward, that head goes past the toes, of course, you're off balance. And if a ball is a straightener, we saw Mohammad Rizwan getting out and being off balance, then it can be problems.
Short ball does come. It's a top edge. All the way for 6, but not controlled.
We were questioning why that fielder was out deep square. But that short ball did come into play. Fine leg, just being more in off the ring. Second 6 of this innings.
You go again. If you're Jayden Seales, you've got 2 more deliveries. Do you go short again? Excellent from Jayden Seales. 79 for 4.
Don't stop me, I'm doing it.
Jason Holder probing again.
The West Indies have had a really good afternoon. They've gotten 2 wickets. Holder's not yet gotten a wicket, but he's kept things very, very tight. This is his 9th over, none for 13. He was suggesting to me yesterday, Test cricket is really hard. Well, it is.
It was just a simple push. It's quite intoxicating. Babar Azam, when you look at him bat, oh, just beautiful from him.
He's going to have to play a real big hand here because he's got a big job to pull his team out of this hole. Again, trying for that leg cutter. Pitched up, a little bit slower, I think, from Jason Holder. But at Babar Azam, the full face of the bat, he knew that was 4 from the time he hit it. He decapitated his partner.
So graceful in the manner in which he bats. Babar Azam doesn't seem to put a lot of muscle into his swings. Reminds me a bit of Ramnari Sawan and the manner in which he times the cricket ball.
Well, he's not a very big man, so his timing has got to be precise, but he's made a lot of runs. A stalwart batsman for Pakistan. Apart from the fact that he's captain, a lot of responsibilities also.
The other thing I must say about Babar Azam is the way he gets himself into positions to play the ball. Efficient use of the space around him. Not very extravagant in the way he transfers his weight, his head, his feet, his hip position, very much in alignment. Always looks very balanced at the crease and not rushed, which are the hallmarks of very great batsmen.
He was forward there before Jason Holder actually bowled. But I still believe that if you got outright pace, 145 and up, I don't care how good you move your feet, you got to get out of the way. Got to go a little bit quicker. Look at this. You see, he's already coming forward just before the ball is delivered. What is nice about that defensive stroke is that if the ball was wide, he didn't have to play.
Maybe 3 for 4.
मेरे भी रेडी रखना चाहिए 1 2 3 या 4 आई एम 1 रोज पाएंगे क्या दोनों
This one.
Few quick wickets to fall ready for the West Indies in this second innings. Jason Holder just leaving the field between overs. Hope his replacement. That's painful. From the reaction alone, you know that that ball made contact with the glove.
This pitch is bouncing a little bit more than I expected today. This one actually clipped the glove and the bat handle. Yeah, definitely hit the glove. The wicket keeper, tough boy. So he knows that he's going to have his hands hurt a little bit. That one clipped between the bat handle. And he's got a big job to do also, Mohammad Rizwan. A little bit more aggressive than his captain. But the partnership is important. It's already 47. Correction, 18. The lead is 47.
This is why we love this format of the game. Just probes the human spirit, challenges you in every aspect. Got to be courageous, accept pain. As on that occasion with Mohammad Rizwan. Had to settle quite quickly to face that previous delivery.
Go in here, boys. Keep going here, boys. Stay fighting here, man. Stay fighting here, man.
This cricket is hard. Jayden Seales applauding. He's had a good spell himself. Kima Roach had 2 wickets to fall so far. Seems to be bowling from that southern end. The Michael Holding end is very productive for the West Indies.
Colin Croft, you played in a different era of this format of the game. And you played with a lot of West Indian passion. What did you like about this format of the game in your time?
I could bowl for as long as I wanted to. I remember I played for Guyana. I opened bowling for Guyana with about 47 different people. And because of that, I used to bowl from the southern end into the wind. The wind normally would come from the northeast in Guyana. Here, the wind is coming from the southeast. They're coming in with the wind. Roach is a senior bowler. Seales is probably the quickest of the 4 bowlers used here. So they're coming in with the wind. The wind is coming from the southeast. Places like Kensington Oval, Georgetown, even the Queen's Park Oval. Queen's Park Oval sometimes is from the south, but generally in Guyana it's coming from the northeast. But because all of the bowlers were slower than I was, they bowled from the northern end to bowl with the wind.
So did that work against you? Or you relished the challenge of bowling into the wind?
Actually, I had no choice. And then when I started playing for the West Indies, initially it was Bernard Julian who bowled with the wind with Andy Roberts and then Joel Garner and myself. I opened the bowling in my first test series, but then when Holding and Roberts and Garner and Croft played, I would bowl from the end that was into the wind because I didn't have a problem doing it, having learned that at Bordeaux. And Joel Garner would be at the top end, and he would come mostly with the wind.
Maiden over, 83 for 4.
Middle. It's a change of bowler, right arm over.
One of the things about when I played cricket and even just afterwards, people talk about the West Indies fast bowlers and this and that. The catching was phenomenal. I played 27 test matches. I think we dropped 6 catches in 27 games. We did not drop too many. The first game we played in Barbados, 1977, we did drop, I think, 3 catches. Wasim Raju was dropped a couple of times. Wasim Bari a couple of times. We also had a history on that test match.
Mez, new bowler. How much of that catching ability was natural skill and ability? Or did you guys train a lot and spend a lot of time and energy preparing yourself for opportunities in that slip cordon?
Yes, Lloyd, initially, as I said, Kalicharan was first there. Then when Fredericks left, Richards, who used to be the cover, came to the slip area. So it was Lloyd, Richards, Greenwich, Garner. Those were the standard four.
Well, Sir Clive Lloyd and Joel Garner had an added advantage. Big pair of hands, long reach, so they covered more ground, and you were making the point that in these days when 3 slip fielders are used, in particular this test match, you could probably use 2 guys who had that height and reach to cover a slip and a half, 2 slips and a half.
Garner was perfect. He was 2 gullies. He was from cover point to maybe 4 slip, and this is no joke. He was fantastic at that gully position. The catch I remember more than anything else, it came off the middle of the bat. I was bowling from the northern end, surprisingly, at Kensington Oval. Graham Gooch, I think, made 134, hit the middle of the bat. It was not an edge. It was a back drive, and Garner at gully picked it up. You don't want to know what he said to me afterwards. But at least we got a man out.
Joel Garner took 42 catches in his list of test matches. 58 test matches he played for the West Indies. Sir Clive Lloyd, 90 catches in test match cricket from 110 test matches. Squeeze through cover point. Will be a couple of runs. And I can't leave you out, Colin Croft. 8 catches from 27 matches.
I'm proud of those. But I dropped one that I'll never forget too. Andy Roberts, Kim Hughes, I think with the MCG, hook. I saw the ball bowled and it hit me in the middle of my chest. That's the next time I saw it. Luckily, he got out 2 balls later, so I didn't hear too much about it.
That's skillful from Babar Azam. He could have opted to go a lot straighter. He knew the mid-on fielder was there, but went squarer with a flick of the wrist. 4 runs to end the over, 89 for 4. Partnership developing here, 24 from 44 between these two. The lead 53 for Pakistan.
This is a nice shot. Maybe a little bit of the inner part of the bat, but the batsman has already advanced 1.5 steps. So you know that he's looking to be positive. But again, the timing, the placement.
Many fielders in that slip cordon prepare themselves for opportunities there. We saw today before the start of play, Rakeem Cornwall going through the drills of serving up catches in that slip region.
Now, I know you won't believe this, but Lloyd, Richards, Greenwich, and Garner used to practice catching for 1 hour every day. Once we didn't play, they would practice just catching in the slip area. They had these machines they call slip machines. You've seen them. And they would have somebody throwing the ball or invite some other guys, and they would just catch. Now, I know that it sounds impossible these days when there's so much rush cricket. But yesterday I was listening to England versus India, and one of the commentators was also suggesting about Jeff Thompson bowling. The 70s, I think, was David Lloyd, and the man at first slip was a third man. Jeff Thompson was bowling with Ian Chappell and Greg Chappell. Rodney Marsh was standing somewhere in the next county. Slip catching is important, especially when you have a fast bowler like Roach and Seales operating on a pitch like this. Yeah, these are the pitches that allow batsmen to play well, but mostly the bowlers have got the ball straight. Any edge comes in very nicely. Mohammad Rizwan has already been hit on his hand, and he's probably in a little bit of pain, but he's going to have to master it out. Partnership 24, nice little one, but a long way to go for Pakistan, just 53 ahead.
Should be a couple of runs. Firm wrists on that one. Through cover. We've been talking a lot about catching in the slip region. I know you have a body of knowledge about cricket in your time up to current day cricket. Which pair you think were the most successful in terms of bowling catching combination in Test match cricket?
Australia had Lilly and Marsh.
Say no more.
There you go.
That's great knowledge.
Yeah, Dennis Lilly, before he got injured, was probably I still consider him in the top 6 of ever fast bowlers ever. My first bowler, if I were to pick an all-time, would be Wasim Akram. I'm going with him first. Dennis Lilly might be my next one. Curtly Ambrose, my next one. Then I got a problem with number 4. I got a lot of people for number 4, but those 3 I'm picking.
Marshall and Dujon was the highest for the West Indies in terms of bowler catching combination. Just 1 run from the over, 90 for 4. Right, let me just see it again. Yes. Okay, see? Because he had 2 taps. Pakistan 54 runs ahead. The West Indies will be searching for 6 wicket-taking deliveries. Maybe also some brilliance in the field to effect a few run-outs if they can. We saw 2 great run-outs in this Test match so far. Roston Chase and then Hassan Ali running out Craig Brathwaite on 97. Had a closer look at that dismissal of Fawad Alam, and we've been talking about his trigger and the fact that he is very square on and he moves from being square into a side-on position. We also did mention the risks of if you don't get the timing right for that trigger, it could get you into problems because your routine will not be the same. He picked up something on that delivery that got him dismissed. We'll have a look at this now. Previous delivery will be on the left of screen. 2 balls earlier before he was dismissed. Right, left of screen. 2 balls before the dismissal. His trigger. He gets into position. And then right of screen. Take a look at his front foot. Taps twice. He's there quite early before release. We'll watch that again.
Going dapper, working dapper.
So he moves very early when he's dismissed, and then that front foot taps twice.
Work dapper, come on dapper. Let's
And
go
it
for
finds the outside edge. So again, the risk of having that type of trigger, an exaggerated trigger, could get you in trouble, as we saw there.
And a delivery that was quite wide could have left it alone.
Also, when you get into positions too early,
working dapper. Come on,
you
boys,
find
we're
yourself
working it, man.
waiting, and with more time on your hands as a batsman, that's when you have more of a propensity to play at the ball.
Interestingly, Josh Silva's come up to be directly behind the stumps. Ramirez.
Work dapper, come on dapper.
There's
Me and you,
two
dapper.
slips, a gully, cover point, extra cover, mid-off.
The other thing about that Fawad Alam dismissal, when he got dismissed right off screen, he was further across to the offside.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the point I'm making. He should not have played at this at all. The leg stump is very visible on that one to the right. Way away from the off stump he was, and still managed to hit the ball.
Going there, dapper,
He
dapper.
would be
Come on,
very
me and you,
upset when he
dapper.
sees that in the replay for the
Working
second
dapper,
test.
working you, dapper. Come on, boys.
If he was in his usual position, might not have played at that delivery. End of the over, 90 for 4.
See, here's the stuff.
Current run rate for Pakistan in this innings, 2.5. West Indian bowlers are maintaining the stranglehold on Pakistan.
Now, one of the things about modern day cricket is that everything is revisable. It's available anywhere and somewhere somebody's got a copy of it. So the batsman would know about the bowlers, and then there's so much T20 cricket and everything around the world. The familiarity becomes great. Up to about the mid-90s, you had to remember who batted how. And that was not an easy task. No, you got batsmen from New Zealand, Australia, Pakistan, India.
I concur with you. I could relate to that as well when I started my test career in the 1990s. A lot of what we discussed in the dressing room prior to playing had to be based on recall. What a Courtney Walsh would have experienced playing in county cricket against an opposition batsman. You didn't even know if that player improved in that aspect of his game.
There's a joke somewhere along the line where a guy was asking about a specific player, and the guy said, well, why are you asking about him? You just got him out 3 times, 3 wickets ago.
Just nearly again for Kemar Roach. So close, but yet so far from a wicket.
And he's bowled really well, Kemar Roach. He's allowed the batsman to play most deliveries. This was a good ball, a little bit of off-cut, but just in that corridor, because he wasn't sure if it would come back enough, just missed the edge. He's upset. He's been bowling so well. Another one is probably playing this one towards mid-on. It ends up at wide mid-off. This is a very uncertain time for Babar Azam. Gonna have a little bit of a talk here with Mohammed Rizwan, who is a good man to have a conversation with, a wicketkeeper. We'll be telling him what he thinks is happening from the non-striker's end. So far, I think Craig Raffit should be very, very pleased.
Kemar Roach into his 11th over. A unique thing about his spells, his first spell of 4 overs produced 2 maidens, 5 runs and a wicket. And then his next 4 overs, the exact same result. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 5 runs and another wicket.
Yes, he's done brilliantly. And he's taken on the mantle of being the West Indies' premier fast bowler. And he's really put in his shoulders and run with it.
Gets the outside edge, but not going to hand or aerial. Sharp piece of fielding from the vice captain. Brings us to the end of the over. Pakistan 91 for 4, and it's time for Blue Water's drinks break.
Another keenly contested day of Test match cricket, day 3. Here in the first Test match, Pakistan 217 in their first innings, West Indies 253, and in their second turn, 91 for 4. Overall lead of 55 for Pakistan at this stage. Wickets to have fallen post-lunch. Jason Holder taking a relatively simple catch. Jayden Seales, I'm very happy with that, but a loose shot on offer here, away from his body. Not really what was needed at that stage.
Jayden Seales once again at Babar Azam, picking up his second wicket. Just getting him to square up Babar Azam. And picking up his second wicket for this session, Jayden Seales.
Players have been rehydrated, and we're about to resume action. Kalmias will continue. Lots of application needed. Babar Azam, the captain, will know what's required. Forge a partnership with Mohammed Rizwan. 2 experienced campaigners out in the middle. West Indians will be searching for another wicket, and they'll be searching for a partnership. So a good, keen battle on our hands.
And a nice partnership of 27 so far of 63. The ball's building.
I've seen Mohammed Rizwan play a couple of shots like that. His bottom hand just been released at the point of contact, so not entirely in control. There's been discussion about his head and him falling over across to the offside, so an area in which the West Indian bowlers can exploit. Joshua De Silva up on the stumps as well, so it keeps him in his crease. Stacey and King, we did have a look at the surface before the start of play. Still lots in it for the bowlers. That lateral movement. Gentle wind blowing across the venue. So the batsmen never feel totally in. Always that sense of uncertainty, even though you faced many deliveries.
And again, once bowled within that full, good to full length, really creating some questions as to the batters, just in that corridor of uncertainty. But that's what West Indies bowlers will aim to do, and to do for long periods.
One wicketkeeper helping out the other. Mohammad Rizwan. The wicketkeeping generally has been good throughout this test match. 4 dismissals, 4 catches for Joshua De Silva in the first innings, just hitting him uncomfortably. That left hand. Single to end the over, 93 for 4.
This one.
Fahim Ashraf, the all-rounder, to come, and then the bowlers for Pakistan. 2 wickets apiece for Jayden Seales and Kemar Roach for the West Indians, and Jayden Seales back into the attack from the Michael Holden end. Protection in the deep, but gets the boundary nonetheless. Jamal Warkan couldn't hold that back in, so it starts the over with a boundary. Does Mohammad Rizwan.
Short length, short pitched delivery from Jayden Seales. Mohammad Rizwan gets on top of this one and just beats that fielder in that deep mid-wicket area.
So might just be a plan to bowl some short deliveries to Mohammad Rizwan. We saw him not totally in control of one previously over the keeper's head. Both of them left it in the end and will result in 2. So a bit of a miscommunication between Ruston Chase and Jermaine Blackwood, and to the result.
It was a pretty good delivery. But here just almost running into each other, both players.
A very astute statistician just informed me that on average, on record, this match has produced the most seaman swing at Sabina Park so far. Just goes to show the conditions that one offer. Very lush and green at the start of play on the first morning. The pitch has continued to produce that lateral movement throughout the course of this test match. And many people felt, myself included, that the day would have been the best day for batting, and perhaps someone would have dug in for a big score. Still see the bowlers dominating. 6 wickets falling today, 12 wickets on the first day, 6 on the second, and 6 already on day 3. Inside edge, gets a single, brings up the 100 for Pakistan. over a lead of 64 at this stage.
I'm just looking at this over from Jayden Seales. That first ball that went for 4 runs, Sammy, was actually his slowest delivery within this over.
Dark skies in the horizon. Nothing threatening at the moment, however. Short delivery to end. Score remains at 100 for 4. Manual scoreboard in operation, as well as the digital one. So combination as is the norm in these modern times. Mayers continues. Beats the bat. Good take from Joshua De Silva. Went after that one, did Mohamed Rizwan.
Just the importance of wicketkeeper standing up. There's actually no room for Rizwan to advance to play Kyle Mayers.
Wayward from Mayers, and with the keeper up, it was always going to be a difficult take. 4 buys the result.
Yeah, poorly lined delivery, especially with the wicketkeeper being up.
Really difficult for Joshua De Silva. That 4 buys will go against his name. So people who not really looking on at the game. When you look at the base stats later and you look at those buys, you just see 4 buys against him. You might think that it was due to his fault, but no fault of his on that occasion.
Yeah, because we've actually seen wicketkeepers taking some very good balls coming to them, especially down the leg side during this test match.
You're not having the best of time up on the stumps. And Joshua De Silva. Ball's jogging back off the surface, down the leg side. Some sharp bounce as well.
It's supposed to be 4 betway signs. Yeah, that. What the sandals do there? No. The sandals have to go. You see what I'm telling you?
Just a few overs of spin we've seen from Jamal Warrican in this second innings. It was very expensive. Batsman came after him. Craig Brathwaite has decided to go with his faster bowlers, his seam bowlers. 104 for 4. Of course, we haven't seen Ruston Chase as well in the second innings being utilized with the ball. Jayden Seales will continue. Such an accomplished batsman, Babar Azam. All forms of the game. Last score of note against South Africa, 77 earlier this year. Hasn't scored a century in 2021 in Test match cricket.
But doing what is required at this point. Sticking around. Just getting some balls under his bat. Babar Azam. It's only 19 or 50 deliveries. Partnership just worth 39.
There's been some discussion about the number of test matches these teams play. Pakistan. This will be this is their 6th test match for the year. West Indies have had a couple more. 2 against Bangladesh away for the West Indies, and 2 against Sri Lanka, 2 against South Africa, and then these 2. Babar Azam in 2021. 8 innings, just the 150. Average under 25. So one area of concern for him is his returns in test match cricket. And just the 500s overall for him. Firmly struck. And another boundary, this time well in front of square. And that man, Jumel, work and again cannot get there. So another 4 with that pull shot for Mohammad Rizwan.
And again of Jayden Seales. It's a lot of wit. Getting on top of this one and pulling for 4 runs. Mohammad Rizwan going past that 23 that he would have scored in the first innings.
And Babar Azam is often mentioned among that elite group of batsmen in world cricket, along the likes of Kane Williamson, Steve Smith, Virat Kohli, Joe Root. And Joe Root had a magnificent century today in that test match against India. But because of the potential and the class that we've seen from him in white ball cricket, ODIs especially, he's considered to be one of the elite batsmen in these times. 109 for 4. ICC Test rankings, batsmen. Kane Williamson at the top. Steve Smith, Manas Labuschagne, and Virat Kohli up there as well. And there you see Babar Azam, same number of rating points as Henry Nicholls, so in that top 10, 10th position, tied. try to make his way up that rankings, and given some time and more test match cricket under his belt, I'm sure he'll get there.
And it's interesting that you mentioned that he's one of Pakistan's greats amongst all formats. Recent PCB awards for 2020, he was awarded Most Valuable Cricketer of the Year, Babar Azam, and White Ball Cricketer of the Year as well.
Jamal Warrican back into the attack.
Oh, I worry.
And we saw a clear plan against him in pre-lunch. Batsmen tried to take him on, they tried to attack him. Scored some boundaries off him, 21 runs coming off 3 overs. So it'll be interesting to see what the approach is from these two. Has some protection in a deep backward square, long off, and a sweep on the boundary. So I'm really curious to see how Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan approach the spin of Jamal Warrican.
When it's drifting, you're in place, Matt. Oh, it's smart. Smart in some business. Smart in some business.
Both players are very good against a spin. So what can Warrican produce?
Oh, he catches Smart wrong way.
Way in front of square. I feel that Jayden Seales has a lot of area to cover. The 2 is the result. What I think you would expect from Jamal Warrican is to try to contain, just give the other bowlers a chance to regroup, recover, do a holding job for the West Indies.
Oh!
And if he can get a wicket or 2, that will be a bonus. Good over, good start for him. 1-1-1 for 4.
Hills just looking a bit overcast, some grey clouds. I really hope that it doesn't affect us. We've been blessed with good weather so far.
Overcast conditions. Just in the background over that scoreboard. Not in a direction that will trouble us. It seems to have passed us, and hopefully that's the case. But the sun is well and truly hidden. Jason Holder will make a return to the bowling attack from that Michael Holden end.
He hasn't been rewarded just yet with a wicket, Jason Holder, but has bowled in those lines, that line of uncertainty at Pakistan batters.
It's just a solitary slip and gully now in position. Has some protection, that deep backward square and fine leg. Might try a few short deliveries to Mohammad Rizwan, who's demonstrated the propensity to go after them. So that might be one of the plans to get him out. And also just to have that deviation of the surface and send him behind the wicket. Very famous score 1-1-1. Nelson. Usually an omen, a bad omen for the batting team. That's beyond yonder. Starting to become a little more ominous. That cloud cover. But for the moment, good challenge on between these two, Mohammad Rizwan and Jason Holder. Bowling his regular test lengths and lines, being patient as he's done in the past. Looking for that breakthrough. Maiden over. 1-1-1 for 4 it remains.
I ran right down the hills. You know from down? No, from the countryside. From the countryside. That's we go now, Joe. Give us some time to get off. It's on the hills, watch it.
Ground staff getting prepared because towards the east there were some dark clouds.
Oh, yeah, Joey boy, something. You find something in our food at lunch.
So just in case, they are being proactive.
Oh!
Lead was 75. Now it will be 79, and Pakistan will start thinking now with this 50 partnership, speculating quietly of what they can set the West Indies if they are not bowled out.
Yeah, and as these two stay at the crease, you'll see a little more innovation, a little more intent to score runs.
Down, bottom. Turn your feet, Bonds. Oh, Joey boy.
What would be the role of Jamel Warrican, or the roles that he can play here?
He'll need to take wickets.
Oh, down.
I heard Samuel Badri talk about him playing a holding sort of role. I don't agree with that. He's picked as a specialist spinner in this West Indies test side, so he has to find a way to get wickets in that wicket column.
One for the rain, man.
And especially with the situation of the game, West Indies can't linger for too long. Overs must result in wickets.
Oh.
116 for 4. made no for Jason Holder the last one. It was testing. Can he repeat?
Before the start of the day's play, I took the time to go out into the middle and have a look at the wear and tear on the pitch. I did make mention of there being a roughing up of the area outside the off stump for a batsman batting at the Courtney Walsh end. I think it's an ideal opportunity for Craig Brathwaite if he has to try Roston Chase. He must bowl from the Michael Holding end to try and utilize that rough area. More so for these two right-handers.
Chase would certainly bowl the overs quicker. Jason Holder is running through his overs. And Baba says, slow down, Jason. I'll tie my lace, take my glove off. Wonder if that's the rain coming in or the over rate. 3 men back on the square leg and fine leg. Most thought is 100, the 100 here, where bowlers are running back to their mark. Otherwise, they get penalized for not bowling the overs in time. Jason Holder racing back.
वो जल्दी ना करे
117 for 4.
Rain drizzling at the moment here at Sabina Park. On day one, we had a significant interruption in that first session. Lost an hour's play on day one. Day two was very good. No time lost. You can make up an hour in any given day, I guess, in the first 4 days.
Oh, smart! Smart, I feel like I stay more smart. I feel like I stay right. ये बहुत तेज हो गई, बड़ी हो गई. Right है. बहुत तेज और बड़ी हो गई है. Down, Craigie. And up, up, up. Well done, Craigie.
The ground staff was shouting at Joel Wilson at square leg prior to that delivery, and I think they've told him you need to get off because the rain is imminent. Hurricane Colin is speeding on to the field. So starting to see those drops appearing here at Sabina Park. Good proactive umpiring. And from the ground staff as well, give them enough time to bring the covers on. So they will take tea The lead by Pakistan is 81. 117 for 4. Who has this break in play affected the most? Teams will tell you they prefer to be the fielding unit. Because the batsmen have to start all over again, and no margin for error. Colin Croft, hello to you. Good afternoon. Short period of play.
Yes, good afternoon, Ian Bishop. Good afternoon to our viewers everywhere. The West Indies have got all the advantages here. Got about an hour and a half or so. We could go till 6:30, you were saying. If conditions allow, the West Indies should try to get a couple of wickets. Pakistan just got to survive.
Continuation of an over that started before the rains, and it's a maiden 117 for 4.
It's beautiful now. The sun has come out with all its glory this afternoon. Very, very beautiful. The lights are also on. It's pretty bright now that all the clouds have dissipated. A little bit of repairs to be done by the ground staff, just running on, perhaps with some sawdust, just to help the bowlers coming in from that southern end. Looks like it would be Jason Holder would be operating, and the umpire is going to have some instructions as to where to send the sawdust. Those were the 4 wickets to fall. Kimmer Roach was convinced that that one was out, and this one just clipped the leg stump, kept that a little bit low. Again, nice catch by Holder here to give the West Indies the third. And this one, for once, he didn't score. He was out. Alam caught behind. That's the Pakistani batting card so far. The captain and his wicketkeeper doing a repair job. And they managed to 117 for 4 when we had that break.
.52, the partnership between Rizwan and Babar Azam. And a very pleasant and pleasing partnership.
Yes, I think these two are going to play the shots, especially the wicketkeeper. He's going to play when the ball is pitched up. But Mohammad Rizwan is an aggressive player. Babar Azam is more classical, but they're going to take it on. Babar and Rizwan 52, but you got to like their approach. They're not defensive. They're making sure things work.
Seconds.
4 seconds.
They've gone for it.
Review, right, Joe? Third umpire to television director. We have a player review for caught behind. The original decision is not out. I've already established it's a fair delivery. Can I move on to front on spin vision, please? There's definitely a deflection there. I'm going to need ultra edge to see if it's bat involved. Ultra edge coming up, Joe. There's a flat line as the ball passes the bat. It clips the back leg. James, I'm satisfied and ready to go back on field to Joel. Joel, you stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen now.
Review lost. But the West Indies still have a couple more available to them.
I don't disagree with that effort of trying to get a wicket, but I think even from here, it looked as if the bat was a long way away from the ball. It clipped the thigh pad, and there was nothing wrong with that. You're trying to get a wicket this afternoon. If you could break this partnership, then you could put Pakistan in further trouble. The lead is just 81.
Very good from the busy Mohammad Rizwan. He takes no time to settle in.
You know he's going to play his shots. A very busybody, very diminutive, a lot of power, timing. Hits it hard. One of Pakistan's best batsmen. That's actually nicely played. Eye on top of the contact point of ball and bat. Kept it down well. There's a man at cover point and a man at gully. Kept that down well. Nicely hit 4.
And again, the advantage after the break is only theoretical in terms of favoring, say, a fielding team. It's only in theory.
What goes against the bowling team is that the bowlers have to warm up all over again. And after a long morning of bowling and striving and trying to get a wicket, then they have to stretch. You feel a little bit stiff. Jason Holder might just be a little bit, he came off the field a little bit earlier on, so he could be a little bit stiff. He's had some problems with the run-up. They brought out some sawdust.
Yeah, I just want to explain and sort of build on what Colin has been saying about the bowlers having to warm. The only reason why theoretically it's still in the fielding team's advantage is because the bowler can make a mistake. He might go for a boundary, but he still has time to recover. The batsman makes a mistake, it might be the end of his innings. So that's the theory of the fielding team having more margin for error. Is Holder secure in the surface that he's moving on? Brilliant, brilliant! That is why the fielding team has more margin for error. Punched away first ball for 4, but Holder strikes back.
The length of this delivery is the one that I really enjoyed because it was not where you could drive or you could go back. I think Mohammed Rizwan here was caught. He wasn't sure if to come forward or go back. A nice leg cutter. Joshua De Silva would accept that every time. Excellently bowled by Jason Holder. Rizwan is gone. He's gone for 30, 121 for 5. Since when?
Fahim Ashraf played with great intent for 44 in the first innings. In fact, Fawad said Fahim's innings allowed him to settle in even more. Different time.
It's a lovely edge. Those are the edges that wicket keepers would take all the time. There was no problem with that edge, but the batsman was caught in the crease. He couldn't come forward. He couldn't go back, and I think that's exactly what happened. That is the perfect delivery for Jason Holder. It looked a little bit tight coming in earlier on, but did he enjoy that one because he knew that he had gotten Rizwan, who had started putting together a big partnership with his captain. Really good wicket for the West Indies to get.
Successful over. Who bowls the next one? 121 for 5. Jason Holder still having a word with Joel Wilson. He's not happy with the run-up.
Bowling change, court number 3, Courtney Walsh end. Drumming work and is to be replaced by Kima Roach.
So change of bowler.
Jason Holder's success of Rizwan, I don't know how much it pleases him because he's still complaining about an area about 8 or 9 feet before the stumps. That's it there. I can tell you I was out there. I'm not sure I was allowed to, but I got out there. Too late now. And there were a couple of spots that I walked past. Nobody's listening to this, so I can tell you, Colin Cruff. I wasn't 100% secure, I have to be honest, in my very cheap dress shoes. But I'm glad cricket is being played. Viewers want to see it. I'm sure the players will cope.
Yeah, there were a couple of damp spots, and they used the stoppers to get them up. But reference Jason Holder and the run-ups. Because I'd played county cricket at Lancashire, they had actually taught us that you must have spikes for different conditions, I suppose, on the ground. So if it's like this, you change the spikes in the shoes, and they're longer. And if it's hard, then you get the shorter spikes. Not sure they do this these days.
Good, and good move from Craig Brathwaite just to allow Warwickon to finish his over that started before the rain and get Kemar Roach back into the attack. He's bowled well from both ends today. Exceptional off-stump line.
Roach has gotten to, Seales has gotten to Holder 1. Again, the faster bowler is doing the job for the West Indies. And to go on with the spike thing, what happened then is after you could afford it, you got 3 or 4 pairs of boots, and the one that you would use regularly, and then the other 3 had different lengths already inserted into the boot. So if problems changed or whatever, then you could get in there quickly and get back out, especially if you were bowling well. If you weren't bowling well, then you wanted to stay in scent for a while. That one came back in from Kemar Roach. A little bit of movement inwards to the right-hander. Nicely played by Babar. Kept it down. A nice outside edge. It started swinging in, then cut off to hit the ground. This is when batsmen around the slip and backward point will have to catch well. Maiden over, 121 for 5.
I don't realize you nick a left-hander.
Jason Holder still is not comfortable. He did get a wicket, but he's coming in just past umpire Joel Wilson very gingerly. He's not pushing through that run like he normally does. Might also be a little bit stiff and tired. He's done human work in this test match already. 15.3 overs in the first innings, 3 for 26.
Saw soil come up behind Jason Holder sometimes when the foot got its traction, the boot got its traction into the surface. But even before the rains today, there was some rubble that was coming up, dry stuff from previous days that was coming up behind several bowlers.
As he's now on his 28 overs, Jason Holder, he needs all the help he could get. So any problems below foot would be accentuated. He's not pleased, I don't think, but he has to go on with the test match. But maybe being a little bit upset and a little bit angry would allow him to bowl a little bit more furiously, more focused. His delivery stride also looks as if it's not elongated. He's just coming over the top but not putting a lot of body into the delivery. Babar, just having lost his wicketkeeper, he now knows he has to survive with Fahim. 30 from 82, but he's going to want to see that through till tonight and then come back tomorrow.
Couple more to Babar Azam to end the over. 126 for 5.
That's off stump. Right arm round.
Fahim was run out in the first innings in the final session of the first day, which started a capitulation of 5 for 31. What he did manage to do was to shift the balance of power in his partnership with Forward of 85, playing with real intent. But that last delivery from Roach was about 5th stump, so he'll try to work his way in closer little by little without overpitching. Only 3 slips. Roach is not happy with where he's landing either. Needs to get in tighter to be off stump. only thing I'd say, and I've had private conversations with Roach over the years, Colin, and he's always willing to talk cricket. The one that actually he changes the shine and direction of the ball and slides back into the off stump instead of going away from Fahim, he very rarely uses it. It would be a fantastic option now.
Yeah, Roach still a little bit tentative at that delivery stride. He looks down at the mark every time he passes it. But he's done such good work for the West Indies in this game and, of course, before.
Indication of maybe a little dampness there. Craig Brathwaite's knee stuck in the turf in fielding that.
Yes, interesting to see where he lands. Kemar Roach pulling around the wicket.
Remember, Babar inside edged to the keeper in the first innings. 1-2-7 for 5. There's an area of length in this match that has worked better than most. You look at the way Mohammad Rizwan went, the length that brought the wicket. Almost perfect. Jason Holder himself fell to one of those deliveries in the first innings. And our ball tracking will give you an indication at home, 4.5 meters to 7 meters. 17 of the 23 wickets to fall in the game in this area. Brilliant. I just think at the turn of the century, when Hawkeye technology was developed, ball tracking technology was developed, has been one of the greatest additions to the viewing of the game.
Could you imagine how that would have helped me had I been having those in the 70s and 80s? Oh, man, I would have probably not bowled so many wild balls, huh? Nah, it's very good technology. Bowlers could analyze themselves, know exactly where they need to be trying to pitch the ball. It might not always work, but at least you try. That's the length. I think it's just the line was a little bit wrong. Side off. But you have a chance, because of all of the technology, to go and sit down, have some dinner, then relax, and take an hour or two and just analyze how you bowled today, and maybe correct it tomorrow or do the same things if you've been successful. Back in the day, you heard it from maybe Alvin Kadicharran or Clive Lloyd, who the batsman is and what he does. because we had no technology. So they may have played against them in Sheffield Shield in Australia or in the leagues in England. And you know the names, but you didn't know what they did. Even after the first, maybe till about the third test match before you really understood the teams that you were playing against.
127 for 5.
That's over. 18, man.
Roach is going to be bowling over the wicket to the right-hander and around the wicket to the left-hander. He likes that. He's got 3 slips, no gullies. I think he'd be wanting to make Babar Azam play a little bit more. But again, Roach has also been bowling a lot, not just this series, but South Africa recently and before. So he's just going to make sure he tempers his approach, but he also knows the West Indies depends on him to get wickets. A lot of smiles out there for the West Indies. They must be having a good afternoon. But Babar Azam has got to think. Now Pakistan has a lead of 91. Babar is probably going to be thinking, I need to survive the rest of this afternoon. Come back tomorrow. You add another 40 or 50 this afternoon maybe. That lead goes up to 125, 130, and 150. Think about a lead of 200 by maybe tea tomorrow and see what happens. Got to be optimistic, and the captain is the leader of the pack. He's saying to Bahima, look, this is survival this afternoon. It's bright. It's probably the best we've seen Sabina today. Really is nice. Sun going down to the west, and they've got the lights on, but the sun is really bright now. So yes, he's gonna, I want to survive tonight. Pakistani bench a little bit tentative. They are very intent on this. Roach has only bowled at about 133, 134, 135 kilometers. A little bit of a change in field. Now they're going to have 4 slips. The man at 4th slip is not wide enough for a gully.
Maiden over, 127 for 5.
Change of bowler. Jayden Seales replaces Holder from the top end.
Yeah, career best for Jayden Seales in the first innings. Another 3-wicket haul for him. 2 wickets at this stage in the second innings. Continues to be very impressive in his test match career. Of course, he made his debut in the previous series against South Africa. First of his 2 wickets. And then the second, Babar Azam furthering one through. And look at the celebration. Look what it means to the young man. And that's the passion that he has for this game. And continue to develop and mature. Continue to learn the more he plays against different opposition, different conditions. And still only 19 years of age, Jayden Seales. Really excited to see what he can do as he extends his test match career.
Ball into 2 slips and a gully. Backward point just getting a bit finer.
The batsmen continue to find it challenging on this surface here at Sabina Park, even on day 3. No one seems to be 100% comfortable, 100% in. Even Babar Azam already faced 91 deliveries and still grafting. Certainly a pitch favoring the bowlers.
You'll know the importance of sticking around Babar Azam. He's faced 92 balls so far for his 32. After losing Mohamed Rizwan. That's a fairly good strike rate of 34. And he knows he'll have to lead his troops from in front.
He got a 30 in the first innings before he was caught by Joshua De Silva of the bowling of Kemar Roach. Knows that he has to get a significant score, a big half century or even a century to get his team into a winning position. At the moment, the overall lead 92. Play and a miss. Still something in it for the bowlers. 128 for 5. Still a very keenly contested affair at the moment. Both teams trying to wrest the initiative. The game has ebbed and flowed quite nicely. Kemar Roach continues from around the wicket. Just trying to find that ideal line at the moment. He has that delivery that angles in and then goes away from the left-handers. Gotten countless wickets in that fashion, Kemar Roach. Good stroke for no runs for Fahim Ashraf. Still 17 overs after this left in the day's play. Light permitting, of course. Artificial lights are on at the moment, even though we have bright sunshine. But you can see the shadows extending across the ground.
This is good bowling by Kemar Roach. Really likes bowling at left-handers. As you mentioned, Sammy just gets it to nip away from the left-hander. And he has that 3 slips, 3 catches just waiting.
And just to underscore that point about Kemar Roach and bowling to left-handers from around the wicket, since England 2017 series, Kemar Roach has taken 50 left-handed batsmen wickets and 45 from around the wicket and just 5 from over. So it is much preferred trajectory of attack, line of attack, and has brought him tremendous success. Fahim Ashraf has played him quite well so far. Not too phased about his strike rate, just 2 from 21. Usually likes to score. Likes to feel the bat on the ball, but doing what is required. So understanding the situation of the game, batting with his captain. Knows that they're only 92 ahead, so he needs to occupy the crease. Goes down towards the vacant third man area. Jermaine Blackwood, quite fleet-footed. Limits them to just 2, 130 for 5. Unorthodox technique being used, the sledgehammer, just to flatten the area where that front foot lands. Not for the first time we've seen this strategy being used by the groundsmen here at Sabina Park. Groundsmen have been busy today with that rain interruption, trying to get the ground ready. Bowlers run up, as well as some areas of concern around the playing area. All set to resume. Jayden Seales. Stacey and King at this stage with the lead of 94. 5 wickets in hand where do you think Pakistan would want to be at the end of the day's play, firstly? And then how many do you think they will need or be comfortable with in that fourth innings when West Indies do get another chance to bat?
I think this partnership will be important for Pakistan. And two of their more senior players, Babar Azam and Fahim, in the middle at present. I think they will probably try to bat out this session. There's a couple overs to go again without losing a wicket, or at least losing one, if so many. And especially Babar Azam needing to stay there.
Goes after that one, gets it over the slip fielders and rushes across the boundary for 4. Deliberately tried to go after that one, Babar Azam, and gets the boundary.
Yeah, a real loose shot from him, but given width. And with, of course, no third man in play, he gets over that slip region and gets 4 runs. Yeah, I think generally Pakistan will be pleased with where they're at and the lead that they have of 98 without losing another wicket before the day's play has ended. And then I think roughly a 200 lead. And they might be quite happy with.
Interesting you should mention that figure, 200. Only once in the last 10 years has a team chased more than 200 in that 4th innings to win a test match here. So that might be the target that Pakistan would be setting themselves. Still a long way away, of course. Only 99 or so. We're talking about another 101 runs for them to get there. This man, Fahim Ashraf, along with Babar Azam, will have to do the bulk of the scoring. Likes to feel the ball on the bat. Fahim got 44 in that first innings. A good partnership with Fawad Alam. Some useful scores against South Africa with the lower order. So they know his capability. And Baba will continue to talk to him to keep his concentration going, because he likes to score, likes to feel the ball on the bat. He might just want to play at one that isn't necessarily there. Stifle appeal, not out from Joel Wilson. No chance of a review. 135 for 5.
It's a change of bowler. Right arm over. Thank you.
Clear skies.
That's middle.
Behind the scoreboard. And 16 overs remaining in the day's play. Not much of a wind at the moment. Kyle Mears back into the attack. 8 overs in the second innings. None for 15 at the moment. Economical as ever. Can he produce a wicket-taking delivery?
I think that's Craig Brathwaite's intent. That's the plan. Because he's aware that after Babar Azam and Fahim, you're really into Pakistan's bowlers. You're into that lower order. So really searching for that wicket. Craig Brathwaite and his bowlers.
And a confirmation of that, Yasser Shah, Hassan Ali, Mohamed Abbas, the batsmen to come. And Shaheen Shah Afridi, of course, as well. If they can go to the close of play without further loss, might feel in a much more comfortable position. And Shaheen Shah Afridi seems to be quite comfortable where he's at the moment. Quick single, direct hit, might have been close, and Nkrumah Bonner, the fielder, in the end, a comfortable single.
In the previous game, in the previous innings, we would have seen Fahim Ashraf go and run out to chase off Mayers again. Gets in safely and brings up Pakistan 100-run lead.
Goes round the wicket now. Mayers to the left-handed Fahim Ashraf. Edged, dropped. Jimin Blackwood, the guilty party this time. Moving across to his right. That's exactly what Kyle Mayers was trying to do, get that outside edge, and the three slips in position. In and out, very similar to the one that Jason Holder grasped a little bit earlier. Opportunity goes a-begging.
I'll be disappointed, Kyle Mayers and Blackwood. I think this is what Craig Bradford would have wanted him to do, present opportunities. But you shake these off and hope that Fahim doesn't stay there and haunt West Indies.
Created the opportunity, wasn't taken. Kyle Mayers, the over comes to an end, 136 for 5. Exactly 100 runs ahead, Pakistan, 5 wickets in hand. Gets this one through the offside, not with enough timing to get the boundary. Thinks about 3, decides against it, wisely so. Moves into the 40s, Babar Azam. Following the pattern from the West Indian captain, Babar Azam. Saw what Craig Bradford did in the first innings, a stoic innings of 97. was the epitome of concentration and determination, and Babar Azam so far has demonstrated similar traits. Just aborting that run up there, Jayden Seales, something might have just gone into his eyes. Still running hard. Jayden Seales, the young man, into his 12th over. Given the responsibility with a new ball in this West Indian bowling lineup, along with Kemar Roach. Showing aggression even at this stage of the game.
Yeah, good stuff from Jayden Seales. Fahim only has 4 runs off 29 balls. So, of course, just trying to tempt him into playing that loose shot, because he has that deep square fielder.
And it's a good testing period for him, for Fahim Ashraf, to test his patience in Test match cricket after all. And yes, he's played a lot of short form cricket, T20 cricket in the PSL, and white ball cricket. So he has that tendency to want to score. But this situation here requires a different approach. And you're batting with your captain. It's all about occupying the crease and ensuring that you're not the batsman dismissed. If anyone has to get out, has to be Baba. That should be his mindset, his thinking. Playing that supporting role. Ensuring that they continue to build a healthy lead. 140 for 5. Moving day, Test match cricket day 3. When you get a clearer picture of how things will go up, but at this stage it's still evenly poised, you can see. 104 the lead for Pakistan, 5 wickets in hand. West Indies batting on a 4th, 5th day pitch. And just to underscore the patience demonstrated by Fahim, it's the lowest score he's been on, having faced more than 30 deliveries, just the 5. So it's a different innings altogether for him in his Test match career so far. But the innings that is required, so match awareness, game awareness, so critical.
Yeah, and that partnership between him and his skipper, Babar Azam, just 19, but 63 balls between both of them. Yeah, this is what is required. And it's good that both players understand that this is their job.
Yeah, did get an opportunity in the last over from Kalmias. And probing in that area once again. Fahim Ashraf leaving those deliveries. So that will be in the back of his mind. That edge in the last over. Can Kalmias replicate that? Might try to nip one back to get him LBW because he might be thinking of the one leaving him.
Fahim just happy to leave and those deliveries, not troubling him very much. Kyle Mayers may just want to either shape one back into him or force him to play in this one.
Very quiet period here on day 3. Not much happening in terms of run scoring. Solid in defense for the last delivery of the over. 140 for 5 it remains. .23 runs scored in this session for Pakistan, so he's been quite sedate, quite watchful. And Jayden Seales to continue. Played a few cut shots, Babar Azam. Those deliveries short and wide outside the off stump. But outside of that, and a lot of defensive shots, a lot of leaves outside the off stump. Just trying to survive perhaps to the close of play. 12 overs left after this one. Light permitting. Just about 5:38 p.m. local time here in Jamaica.
Holding some very tidy lines, Seales. But he just has to be a bit more consistent doing that. Tends to give just a bit of wit. And Babar Azam, who's been there for 105 balls, will not miss out.
He just waits for the ball to come in his scoring areas. Playing within your limitations, understanding the conditions, which he's done quite well. He's gotten a start. And once you get a start on this sort of surface, you have to cash in, capitalize. See how difficult it is for the batsman throughout the 3 days. Babar Azam is in. He's well set. Understands what the surface is doing, understands what the bowlers are trying to do. And the longer he stays out there, for him, the easier it will become for him as well. Partnership just 20, but 71 deliveries.
Seen this in the previous over from Seales. And just putting in that short delivery because he has that player. He has that man backward square, just waiting and trying to entice Fahim into that pull shot.
Nice aggression shown from Jayden Seales. Gets a single to end the over. 142 for 5 Pakistan.
Let's welcome our Zuri boys. Let's welcome our Zuri fellas. Fresh legs. Fresh legs. And more straight down his side.
Calmeers will continue from the Courtney Walsh end. The shadows lengthening and extending as we get closer to 6 p.m. here at Sabina. And that's the one that goes straight on with the angle. But well watched, well played by Fahim Ashraf.
It doesn't look in a hurry for Fahim Ashraf, which is what is required at this point from Pakistan. Partnership is important.
Can't wait to get out of this biosecure bubble and enjoy beautiful Jamaica rafting on the Martha Brae River, 3 miles long on the north coast between Montego Bay and Ocho Rios in the parish of Trelawney. Authentic Jamaican experience. Very relaxing and therapeutic day out, surrounded by beautiful flora and fauna, tranquil, serene, and peaceful. Beautiful Jamaica. And beautiful batting by Pakistan. Very serene as well at the moment in terms of run scoring, but unfazed. Continues to probe. Be consistent and patient in that area, but the batsmen too are demonstrating patience. So a good attritional day of test match cricket here. Yeah, going on the leg, stifle appeal, not interested. The umpire. Lead now 106 for Pakistan. And after this, 11 overs. Still bright and the sun shining. So the light is quite good at the moment. No run to end the over, a maiden over, 142 for 5.
142 for 5 after 59 overs. Pakistan leading by 106. Activities down in Kingston Harbour. Ruston Chase for the first time in this innings with the ball. And we've spoken about this, bowling from the right end. Michael holding end.
Immediately got some bounce. And the off spinner, that's important. He's only got one man at just forward short leg. Got a man down on the mid-wicket boundary and a short backward square leg and a short mid-wicket. Then on the offside, he's got a man at deep backward point in the boundary.
Catch it! Bowler! Bowler! Bowler!
Looked away, they were looking for 2, sent back. Fahim Ashraf will be better advised to take note of what transpired in the first innings.
Well, Babar shouted really hard here when he was coming back for that second. He looks up, there he is. Babar is saying, get back. And he shouted really hard. If you didn't hear that, something would have been wrong. It would have been run out. I think the West Indies are attacking here and trying to get this wicket that they should have had.
Very, very close on that occasion. Fahim just trying to give himself room, maybe trying to play this too square.
It's a man on a deep extra cover boundary. I don't know. I think he's used, at this stage, not useful. He should be coming into the circle, and that man at short extra cover could even come at silly point.
Very good first over from Ruston Chase, 143 for 5. Captain Babar Azam standing tall, 43 from 109 deliveries. He spent a lot of time out in the middle. Only on a couple of occasions you've seen him edge a few deliveries. One that he tried to cut square of the wicket, flew over the slip cordon. There was also a leading edge, but by and large it's been a very resolute type of innings. Ball coming off the middle of the bat. And Babar Azam being very much in control of things.
Carmers have done a good job. He's had a batsman dropped off of his ball. He's gone back over the wicket to the right-hander. Since the break, the West Indies had one success. This was Jason Holder getting Mohammed with one nicely caught by the wicketkeeper. Good ball. And this is the wicket the West Indies wanted really badly. And that was badly dropped there by Blackwood at supposed 2.5 slip. You can't drop those. That was a dolly as slip catches come.
Just nibbling away again. This has been a superb effort on the part of Kyle Mayers. Just consistently plugging away outside the line of the off-stump, with the ball blowing away from the left-hander. Sometimes it will just hold its line.
He's done superbly. He's hit the edge. All they had to do is catch. Just probing from outside off, coming into the off stump. He's bowling from around the wicket. If he gets any movement at all, it might just feather that edge. This is his 12th over, done a really, really good job. This is the partnership I think that Pakistan know they have to keep. It's now 23 from a lot of balls, 88, but it's still intact. Because Fahim was dropped.
That's the one that just stays with the angle. He did a superb job in the first innings as well. Kyle Mayers got the wicket of Yasir Shah. Bowled 14 overs and conceded just 28 runs, so an economy rate of 2. Especially when you're bowling amongst the likes of Jason Holder, Kemar Roach, Jayden Seales. That's exceptional support.
And both Babar and Fahim know that this is the partnership that could bring Pakistan to perhaps a lead of 150. So they're not going to take too many chances, especially having been dropped once. Since then, Fahim has played a little bit more circumspectly, may have been talked to by his captain.
More in control of this. Way more bat on offer to that delivery. Guides it through that backward point region. Gets a couple of runs, then the over. 146 for 5. Just about 9 overs remaining in the day's play. Craig Brathwaite might be a little more aggressive with his field placing for Roston Chase. There is a man in that short fine leg position, maybe for a top edge. If Babar Azam attempts the sweep shot, they're expecting a little bit of variable bounce here.
As the man at short fine leg is okay, I have no problem with that. But I think the guy at forward short leg is in the right position. The mid-wicket should come to backward short leg, and the mid-wicket and the boundary should come into the circle.
Oh, down, Craigie.
I have a different option for Craig Brathwaite. I'll take the cover, get him in to seal him it off, put some pressure on Babar Azam, maybe entice him just to go a little bit harder, driving the ball through the offside. Might present a chance on the onside, get the bat pads coming into play.
Catch it!
But just get that fielder into the eye line of Babar Azam. Let him feel that pressure of 2 fielders up close and personal.
Trying to get a wicket late in the afternoon, put 4 guys, 2 on the off, 2 on the leg side, in catching position.
Oh! Bowling, Ross.
Exactly there, the slip and the man at maybe a silly point. But extra cover goes back out into the circle.
There's a sweep shot. Very bold by Babar Azam, properly executed, brings up the 150 for Pakistan and ends the over on the high.
The Pakistan team are now 150 for the loss of 5, 150 coming about 373 deliveries, 472 minutes. Pakistan, they have an overall lead of 114.
That's middle. Change of bowler. Right arm round.
Lead now going to 114.
Go on, ball.
Last ball of the last over.
Come on, ball.
Took this one from outside the line of the off stump, which makes it easier in terms of the execution. Hitting with the turn as well. Babar Azam now a new challenge. Craig Brathwaite, the captain. And he's not to be underestimated, Colin. He's picked up a few wickets for the West Indies at crucial times. Also had his challenges with his action.
Oh, Craigie!
Off breaks when they turn, but at least he's bowling from around the wicket, drifting the ball into the left-hander. He's got a forward short leg in catching position and a slip.
That's a 6 in Test match cricket. Craig Brathwaite, 22 Test match wickets to his name. Has the wicket of Rahul Dravid, Yunus Khan, Tamim Iqbal.
Oh, Craigie boy. Loving it, Craigie. Doesn't know what to do, Bo. No idea.
It's a nice drift into the left-hander and then a little bit of turn, bounce even.
Oh!
A lot of encouragement here for Craig Brathwaite. And he's bowling to a batsman who's still not 100% settled.
Not easy, not easy.
That tells you that.
Oh!
Drift again from round the wicket. Just nearly for Craig Brathwaite and the West Indies. End of the over. Maiden one from the captain. 150 for 5.
Stop. Come over, Jay. 45.
Change in the field, point comes into that leg slip position. Through everyone. Goes for 4. And 4 runs it is. 50 up as well for Babar Azam, the captain. Standing tall. Not the ideal way to bring up the landmark.
Well, he'll take it and they'll take it too. That one bounced and turned inside edge. 7 fours out of that 52. He's batted a long time, 182 minutes, but he's still there. That one just turned, bounced a little bit, and inside edge, there's a leg slip on a forward short leg.
Oh, yes, Ross in there. Bowling, Ross.
Light feeding here at Sabina Park as we get closer to the close of the day's play.
Nice boy.
He's thinking about it. Thinking about going after it, playing that shot into the vacant backward point region. Opted out at the last minute.
Down. Good, Ross.
That's exactly the shot you want him to be playing. Because if he goes forward and he gets another inside edge with a ball that turns and bounces, could be caught by the man on the leg side.
Catch it, Paul.
Now time for the left-hander by Ashraf. Was put down when he was on 4. He's accumulated 4 more runs. Two slips in play. Silimidov, short leg. Craig Brathwaite was thinking about a deep backward square. Jason Holder was already off. Now he returns.
Oh. I'll get single.
156 for 5. Two West Indian spinners in operation. A lot of that has to do with the fading light. This was the previous over. Babar Azam bringing up his 50. This one taking the inside edge, going past the wicketkeeper. Can't count that as a chance. Too far left off the wicketkeeper.
Well, Ultra Edge tells us that it hits maybe simultaneous, maybe just hitting the bat and the pad at the same time. It was counted as runs.
Thanks, Jay. Okay, Jay. No problem, Jay.
Umpire Joel Wilson just using the light meter. He will get a reading and try to equate that with the lighting used in previous days, day 1 and day 2.
Come on. Oh. Working, Craigie.
Pakistan now will not want to lose a wicket, so you entice them to play a little bit more expansively. You bring the man at extra cover, closer, catching.
Catch it.
I'd also think about taking that, feel that point out, Roston Chase. Maybe lure Fahim Ashraf to play that ball through point. We're seeing some drift into the left-hander from Craig Brathwaite. That's what I love about this game. There are so many options you can choose as a captain to mislead the batsman, get him out eventually.
Oh!
The angle again, taking the inside edge this time.
It's interesting that you and I played in very different times and we have the same ideas. At this time of the evening, you can't bowl the faster bowlers. You're trying to get a wicket. 4 men plus the wicketkeeper should be within catching distance of the batsman. Slip, silly point, a leg gully or a leg slip, and a forward short leg. Why do they have a boundary right on the cover point boundary? And a long off and long on, take one of those out, leave on the long on, entice the batsman to try to go over the top. End of the over, 157 for 5.
Ruston Chase to continue from the Michael Holding end. He will start this over with Jason Holder in that deep backward square position. Just one slip now, as against two. Can Ruston Chase spoil someone's dinner tonight?
Gonna have to coax his captain to give him another man catching. He's got the extra cover a little deep on this silly point.
Oh, yes.
I tell you what, when you're batting at this phase of the innings and you get out, especially with days to come, your dinner doesn't taste the same.
We're not using it. It's just to put the balls on the side.
Go! One,
Went a little bit quicker on that delivery. Ruston Chase. Strike changes.
Cover, Jace.
And as a batsman well set, as in the case of Babar Azam, sometimes you have to just limit yourself and limit that natural instinct of wanting to choose easy options, which are quite available for Babar Azam. He's been there for a long time. He's seeing a lot of gaps. You'd expect that he will be quite conservative and invest more in his defense, think more about survival, and plan ahead. We'll want to start tomorrow fresh and ready for the West Indian bowlers.
Ruston Chase is giving the balls a generous flight. The man at short mid-wicket could come into play, but Babar Azam is a lot more astute than that. Chase is now going to go around the wicket to the right-hander.
Negotiates it well, Babar Azam. 158 for 5.
Light meter now taking a reading. That reading has to coincide with what happened on the first day. So this is exactly the time we went off on day one, so there might be a consideration again of leaving now.
What's he reading?
Light meter in hand. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite will take a reading. Previous to this, Joel Wilson took one from the opposite end.
Yeah. Not small neither.
Very good news. Bale's back on.
Not if you're a batsman. You want to leave.
Double hit. How's that? Double hit.
Runs keep trickling for Pakistan.
Oh! Helmet for bottom. Tie your pants up. Tie your pants up. Tie your pants. Just tie it on your step. Tie it? Yeah. We can't tie it. Jesus. boy. Bowling
Solid
from
in defense for him, Ashraf. Partnership 39 from 124. Halfway stage of the over.
I think that Fahim Ashraf at this stage has decided I am going to be as careful as possible because I want to come back tomorrow. And this is why the West Indies probably could attack a little bit more, 2 more men around for catching.
Catch it.
Yes, the partnership is 39, but they would like to extend this to 139, so both will have to come back tomorrow. Umpires already talking about lights, so anytime they could go and they could check again.
Tough for this one, Craigie. Down. One hand, one bounce. Right, keep boys. Right, keep boys.
End of the over, 160 for 5. Three overs remaining in the day's play. Will we see those 3 overs being bowled? Umpires again check the status of light.
And I think that Babar might even have asked umpire Braithwaite, is it really that bright? The 2 batsmen are standing in the middle of the pitch. So they're actually standing, they're waiting to see if they're going to get the lights from the umpires, the 2 batsmen. Now they go back to their respective creases.
Very unorthodox field here for Roston Chase to the right-handed Babar Azam. 3 fielders close in on the onside.
Oh! Working, Ross.
Gone back over the wicket. He's got a short, now the short leg is going to slip. The backward short leg is going to slip.
Keep going, Ross.
Use of a feet by Babar Azam.
Going, Ross.
Sliding down, as indicated by Roston Chase. Difficult time for Babar Azam, but I'm sure he will prefer being out there, facing the brunt of this pressure from the West Indies bowlers.
Oh! Going, Ross.
Maybe Chase could go around the wicket in time. He's still over the wicket to the right-hander.
Still plenty of time left in this test match. Of course, we're nearing the end of day 3 with 2 remaining days.
That's it.
Maiden over from Roston Chase, 160 for 5.
Well, that's
Evidence that that was turning and going down the leg side. That was in the previous over. the end of every over, there's a slight delay. The umpires continue to check lights.
2 official overs left. But they're going down to the lumens here. Still putting the bills back on. I don't think the 2 batsmen are quite pleased at this stage. They are standing in the middle of the pitch just contemplating. Are we going to go now?
Change in bowling by the West Indies. Jamel Warrican, after bowling 6 overs and going wicketless and conceding 28 runs, he gets an opportunity to bowl the final over before the end of the day's play. He'd be desperate to add a wicket to his tally. Haven't seen a wicket fall to a spinner in this test match so far.
Well, this Craig Bradsworth is giving him all the help he could want. Bowling over the wicket. He's got a forward short leg. A very, very short extra cover. Slip and a backward short leg. Maybe even a leg slip. And the fieldsman to take the enticing drive with that short mid-wicket. So he's going to have to give the ball a little bit of air and drift. See what he gets.
I was just going to say there are a few things you can do as a spinner in this situation. Vary your pace, change the angle of the release of deliveries, go wide, get straighter and closer to the stumps. I've seen a few spin bowlers go for the short ball, the bouncer as well, as a surprise delivery. Of course, you need to communicate with your wicketkeeper if you're choosing that option.
Keep going, Joe. Catch it, man. Go on, Joey.
So far, so good.
One ball to go for this over. And the field is going to be adjusted a little bit. The man at Silly Point now goes at another straighter short leg.
Catch him.
160 for 5.
So just 1 over of spin to go. Probably going to be bowled by Ruston Chase.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Get around here, boys.
Jason Holder would be very glad to come off this afternoon. Have a ice bath or something. He's worked hard.
Go, Ruston here.
Last over of the day's play.
Bowling, Ross. Keep going, Ross. Come on, Ross.
Pakistan will be hoping that it's uneventful and that these 2 batsmen, they come not out at the end of the day's play.
Well done, Ross.
19 dot balls in a row now. Clear indication as to the approach by the Pakistan batsman.
Come up, Jayden. Oh, Ross. Oh, Ross.
Well, long on has come to mid-on, a deepish mid-on, but there's still a boundary right, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg. With 3 deliveries to go.
Went for the cut shot. Easily gotten the outside edge. Babar Azam with a right smile.
Ross.
Final delivery of the day's play.
That way.
Goes round the wicket. Here we go as we come to the end of the third day's play in this test match.
Leg slip.
Another change in the field. Deep backward square comes into leg slip. More like leg gully. Just patted this one away. Should be signal a dead ball.
That's over, and that's time.
Confirmed by umpire Joel Wilson. That will be end of play for today. Pakistan 160 for 5. Babar Azam, Fahim Ashraf will be very happy with the fact that they've survived the day's play. Babar Azam in particular, with a half century, would have seen all the West Indian bowlers, and he will finish the day giving Pakistan a lot of hope going into day 4 of this test. With 2 wickets so far in this innings, Jayden Seales also brilliant with the ball, 2 wickets to him. And Holder with 1 wicket to his name. Good morning to you, Stacey Ann King, and good morning to everyone.
Let's play.
Good morning, Darren. And good morning to all our viewers, wherever you're viewing.
Here we go, first ball of the day's play. Single taken. Couple things about today's play. One, the nature of the pitch and the surface. We saw on day 3, variable bounce, as was echoed by my co-commentators during the pitch report. I'll show you evidence of that a little bit later on.
Right arm over.
The other major point in this first session, the West Indies will have that second new ball due in just under 10 overs. What that will do is prompt Craig Brathwaite to manage his bowlers properly. So far, his seam bowlers being his strike bowlers, in particular, Hima Roach, Jayden Seales, Jason Holder. Almez, he's been very supportive of the lot. Mears with 1 wicket in that first innings. Wicketless so far.
And a good execution of batting between this pair from yesterday into today with Babar Azam and Fahim. They will need to dig in a bit deeper. I think it's all about playing this first session without giving any wickets. But again, you will have to work harder to score runs.
It's a critical time as a batsman when you're starting a day's play, especially when you finished unbeaten in the previous day. You have so much of information in your head about the conditions, the opposition bowlers. Let's find a way of structuring that, and as well appreciating the present conditions, how the pitch has changed overnight. It's an awkward length for Babar Azam, still a smile on his face.
You're always smiling no matter what, Babar Azam. But this is the area that Kemar Roach will want to challenge. And this pair.
Just a single from the over, 161 for 5.
The first over will be Babar Azam from the Courtney Washington, as you say, good morning, and welcome to Sabina Park. 24.
Craig Ratwit opted in for Jason Holder to partner with Kemar Roach to open proceedings here on day 4.
Pakistan, they are 161 for the loss of 5.
Two slips and a gully and a fielder in that short cover position. Starts well. Now I mentioned variable bounce, being able to extract a few clips from day 3 just to show evidence of that variable bounce. And again, there's an expectation that it will continue, maybe with a little more regularity during the course of the 4th day. Look through the onside.
Greg, I think I kick a wire. Tell them come and check it.
That's a virtual image of those said clips with the variable bounce. One of those got the wicket of Azhar Ali. And look at the pitch today. Wear and tear with the foot marks. The tinge of green that we saw on day 1 just diminishing a bit. Few cracks opening up.
Still a really good green pitch. I think it will assist Seamers very well. Because once they continue to nag on that good line and length, that testing line and length, again, that variable pace will come into play.
I'm also advised that since 2008, the batting average here at Sabina Park in Test match cricket in a sample size of 11 Test matches, on the 4th day it's the lowest, just 20 as compared to 29 on the 5th day. And you add that with what we've shown you in terms of the variable bounce and the nature of the pitch, what we expect is batting to be much more challenging today. I guess that doesn't give an advantage to any one particular team. West Indies still with the opportunity to bat in the 4th innings of this test. And they will have a target.
But this Pakistan pair, Babar Azam 54 of 144, and Fahim, 16 off 85. They've really shown what batting on this pitch requires.
.164 for 5. Partnership of Babar Azam, Fahim Ashraf, just evening things for Pakistan with the bat. 43 so far. Roach and Holder with the ball at the moment. I did mention Craig Brathwaite having to manage his bowlers at the start of day 4. One of these two, in that of Holder and Roach, might just have to bowl the extended spell. We saw in this second innings, Kemar Roach be used for a maximum of 4 overs in his spells. Might just see the same, just to preserve him throughout the course of the day.
And Kyle Mayer's another option. Has come in some quite crucial times just to give those bowlers a little rest in between.
Yeah, and it's not an insignificant role. It's an important role that he plays alongside more premier fast bowlers, you would say, in this West Indian 11.
And I think that's important because, of course, you don't want to be leaking runs within those overs. So again, just that understanding of roles.
Apart from the 2 run-outs, all wickets so far falling to seam bowlers. Again, putting more responsibility on the seamers. If you're a captain, you'll be thinking about getting wickets with that style of bowler. And with this extended first session, again, it underscores the importance of the decision-making of the captain when it comes to bowling changes and managing bowlers. Play and a miss.
Yeah, let's not forget those 2 chances that were put down in that slip cordon as well, which could have added to the seamers again more wickets.
Yeah, about 27 or 28 more runs added to this partnership when Fahim Ashraf was put down by Jermaine Blackwood. He was only on 4 at that time. So that drop costing the West Indies. Runs here. Trickles into the boundary line. And 4 added to the total for Pakistan.
Yeah, just trying to take his bat away. Beating that slip cordon.
Testing delivery from Kemar Roach. Doesn't find the edge. End of the over. 168 for 5. Blue sky in the background, just a few clouds. Terrific day on our hands. This was a moment when Fahim Ashraf was put down. And that was the previous delivery in the Kemah Roach over. We revisit that missed opportunity. Jermaine Blackwood was diving away to his right. Jason Holder, I suspect, also had an opportunity to take that catch if Blackwood didn't go after it. Partnership between these two at that time was only 15. Now it's gone to 47.
I mean, it also brings into question, as mentioned yesterday, the positioning of the slip fielders and the wicketkeeper. Because I think the wicketkeeper would be that person who guides where everybody else in slip stands.
It's an interesting field that Jason Holder has. Not quite a gully, and Nkrumah Bonner is in that fourth slip position. Usually you find teams very decisive with fielders in that slip cordon. It's floating just around fourth slip, not very square. Off the middle of the bat, but finds Aaron Powell in that backward point region. Babar Azam misses out. I just feel that position is really for the line that Jason Holder is bowling. He's not going to stray too wide. He's going to stay closer to that off-stump line. Very good maiden over by Jason Holder, 168 for 5.
Don't put it down, these two, man.
Six catches in the match so far. A word from Joshua De Silva in terms of wicket keeping.
I don't think so. The surface is a bit up and down. Some are kicking through and some are staying a bit low, as we saw a few edges drop short to me and Rizwan as well. But I don't think we're standing a bit too far because you don't want to get hit in your...
Edged and taken. You've been hearing from the man and now you're seeing him in action. Catch number 7 diving away to his left and a one-handed stunner from Joshua De Silva.
Oh, this is effort. This is exactly what you want to see as a bowler. You want to see your wicketkeeper going all out. A full stretch dive to his left. And a one-hander. Great wickets come from great catches. Fahim Ashraf has to go for 20. Pakistan 168 for 6.
Yasir Shah.
Yasir Shah now will partner his captain. He will recognize the importance of his effort with the bat in this innings. Not only for himself, but for his team.
This was a wicket of Fahim. Just getting him to play at that ball, at that delivery. Marouch. And how good was this catch? And great stuff, Joshua De Silva.
Would have fallen short of the fielder in that first slip position, Kyle Mayers.
Hold his right arm over. 5 deliveries remaining.
So it made it very important for Joshua De Silva to attempt that catch. And create an opportunity for the West Indies, which they did take. Exactly what the West Indies would have wanted very early today. A wicket to break that substantial 6-wicket partnership between Babar Azam and Fahim Ashraf. And since 2018, that 6-wicket partnership has really put Pakistan in great stead in Test match cricket. The average 6-wicket partnership, 45. Higher than the 4th, 5th and 3rd wicket partnership on average. Another edge just falling short of Kyle Mayers again in that first slip position.
Your fellow commentator, Crofty, mentioned yesterday about those slips feelers just getting a bit closer. But this one clearly dropped short.
Maybe there was a sound that prompted all the West Indian fielders behind the stump to go up and appeal. Optimism aplenty from the West Indians.
I think they're just trying to get as many wickets whilst their pieces are fresh and pumped.
Wicket maiden for Kemar Roach, 168 for 6. Our co-commentator Samuel Badri asked Joshua De Silva if he was standing too far back. This was his response.
I don't think so. The surface is a bit up and down. Some are kicking through. So a few edges drop short to me and Rizwan as well. But I don't think we're standing a bit too far because you don't want to get hit in your face. But sometimes you do have to get hit in your face to take a catch. So we are thinking about it. And sometimes we go up a little bit more depending on how the bowlers go through their spell, if they're coming through as much as possible. But there's some thought about it and we're working on it to get the best distance.
It's been a discussion point given the nature of the surface and what we've seen from the fast bowlers and the edges throughout this test match.
We've also seen him, Joshua De Silva, come up to the crease when Mayers is on strike, when Mayers is bowling, which is tough. as a wicket keeper. Yesterday we saw him just get one off the finger, really stung. But he's been doing so well, Joshua De Silva, behind his stumps. And a young wicket keeper, good prospect.
What is also tough to play is a delivery like what we saw previously. Batsmen throughout this test match have been tested with some really good deliveries by the fast bowlers across both teams.
Yeah, but this man, Babar Azam, is still out there. And Yasir Shah.
Just kept slightly low. When facing Jason Holder, there's an expectation that the ball will bounce a certain height. Babar Azam has such a good technique that he can make the adjustment at the last minute and get his bat down. No foot in the way of the bat, and it gets down in time. Stacey and King, what should be his approach now as captain, being set on 54, haven't had the chance of facing 6 deliveries, 6 overs, I beg your pardon, this morning. No ball signal by umpire Joel Wilson.
An appeal. Umpire is not interested. Yeah, I think Babar, he has done well so far. I mean, he's been there since yesterday, 156 balls for just his 54. I think the other batters would need to play around him, because him staying out there would be very important for Pakistan. He could go on to get some more runs, but again, the challenge is going to be how he applies that on this pitch. Variable bounce, as we mentioned, will come into play.
What he might be able to do is to eke out more responsibility when it comes to batting with the other members of his team. Hassan Ali, we know he's an aggressive type player. He likes to score quickly. Maybe putting structure to that will be in the best interests of Pakistan. And Babar Azam is the right man to create that structure out in the middle and not from the pavilion. First run for Babar Azam off the bat in the day's play. 170 for 6.
Wickets. Middle. Middle. Change of bowler. Right arm over.
Craig Brathwaite being bowled yet again, using Kyle Mayers to follow that over from Kemar Roach, where he picked up the wicket of Fahim Ashraf. Some captains might have just invested in one more from Kemar Roach. We could understand what he's thinking. He's thinking about that second new ball And Kemar Roach being fresh for it. In my estimation, that's a judgment call.
I think he just wants to make sure that his most senior bowler, Kemar Roach, is in tune and ready for when that new ball is available.
I could also understand the argument of a matchup. Stacey and King, very small sample size though. Kalmez got the wicket of Yasir Shah. Strengthens the argument for Craig Brathwaite. And again, what a masterful stroke. Jason Holder dances, celebrates. And another wicket for the West Indies this morning.
And again within that region, that's a good change from skipper Craig Brathwaite. Yasir Shah would have gone in his previous innings, caught wicketkeeper Bowl Mayers. Again, Bowl Mayers. A key wicket of Babar Azam. This is just good bowling from Kyle Mayers. .170 for 7.
Field batsman heading to the wicket, Hassan Ali.
What a half an hour it's been for the West Indies on day 4. Brilliant bowling from Kyle Mayers. They got the big fish, Babar Azam. Off the shoulder of the bat, a simple enough catch in the slip cordon. Jason Holder will never make any mistake with that, and the celebrations all around for the West Indians, and smiles as well. Big in swinger from from Kyle Mayers to Hassan Ali, who is the new batsman for Pakistan. Let's look at this. Continues to get assistance here at Sabina Park. The fast bowlers lead now 134 for Pakistan. I'm sure when they started the morning, they were harboring hopes of 200 plus as a target for the West Indies. Even the West Indians were talking a little bit about just about 200. Chasing in the 4th innings as it is 134. They should be thinking under 150 now. Brilliant start for the West Indies. Good morning, Ian Bishop.
Morning, Samuel. Hello, everyone. Good for the bowlers so far. Hassan Ali may attempt to be more aggressive.
No, 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 no.
170 for 7.
Overboard.
That's middle. Two. That's two. Okay.
It's not any easier to bat on the surface compared to previous days. And simple reason for that, when Azza Ali spoke about the moisture, Samuel Badger, when you interviewed him this morning, the moisture has left indentations in the pitch, which have now hardened. And when the ball hits on the side or the edge of one of those indentations, in addition to the tufty grass and a few cracks developing, as you pointed out in the pitch report, Holder says to go upstairs.
Copy Joel, review for LBW. Third umpire, the television director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked and established it's a fair delivery. Can you move on to front on spin vision, please? It doesn't appear to be any bat. I'm going to need ultra edge just to confirm that. Ultra edge coming up. There's a flat line. Flat line as the ball passes next to the bat. There's no bat involved. Can you move on to ball tracking, please? Ball tracking coming up, Joe. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets missing. I'm ready to go back on field to Joel.
That's a good indication
Joe,
there of
original not out decision.
why captains have to be strong, why you have to communicate before reviews with your wicketkeeper, not just your bowler. As a bowler myself, we would all want a review, all of us. Important runs.
No.
Lead now 1-3-7.
And it really underlies how important that first inning lead of 36 is for the West Indies. 173 for 7 at the moment, Pakistan. But when you take into consideration that 36-run deficit, 137 is actually where they are at, just the 3 wickets in hand. Change in field. 3/4 the way down. Jermaine Blackwood in that third-man boundary, maybe for that uppercut from Hassan Ali. So 2 slips in a gully and a fly third man.
I think it's more than just the uppercut. It's the fact that Hassan Ali will go hard at the ball even when he's driving. And because of the amount of bounce off the surface, even the attempted drive down the ground, as we saw off Jayden Seales in the first innings, can fly over the slip halfway to the boundary. Different for Yasir Shah. Talking about the situation of the pitch, that's why 150 or more will not be a cakewalk for the West Indies if Pakistan bowl anything like.
Yeah, you mentioned the indentations created on the surface and the different reaction of the ball when it hits the crest and the trough of those indentations, and also some cracks beginning to show just beneath the covering of grass in good areas. And that will be a cause of concern for the batsmen, the West Indian batsmen.
Lot happening. 174 for 7.
Beautiful, beautiful. Sajida. Sajid. Basur bhai to helmet paka dene mein. Same hai.
Mears has been good with his movement. Roach is standing a little bit deeper. I think the understanding Hassan Ali can sometimes go hard at the ball. I just wanted to show what I'm talking about with divots. So we've got our ball here, and I'm sure you can see. So that my hand is actually the divot, an exaggerated divot, and the ball can rock from side to side when it hits on the edge of that divot. It's an exaggerated example of what is actually out on that surface and what happens when the ball lands. It can sit in it or deviate. Drop short. But there's always something happening. I don't know what part spin will play. A good spinner, I suppose, can still look to get wickets. But difficult to know how far back to stand, how close to stand, because of the nature of the surface, as you heard from Joshua Da Silva.
Continuing to create problems, Calmiers. Still extracting something from the surface. And Bish, with what we're seeing here from Calmiers, the wicket of Babar Azam, a few edges here and there, would that delay the taking of that second new ball, in your estimation?
I'm just going to explain why I'm saying what my opinion would be. And Kyle doesn't give you much time, so I'll come back to it. The ball is doing a bit, so I would want to take it. I'm not saying Brathwaite is or isn't. It's not an exact science, but I think whatever this ball is doing, the hard new ball will do it faster and steeper. That's one way that I can look at it. And that would be my preference. I'm not saying I am right. Some may say, well, the new ball, on the other hand, could fly off the bat a little bit faster, but I would want to back myself. I should stop talking about me because I don't want to say that I'm any better or less good than the bowlers bowling there. Could fly off the bat faster, but against these two, I take my chances.
Yeah, I think that has to be part of the consideration. Yasir Shah Hassan Ali at the crease.
176 for 7.
Pakistan lead by 140 at the moment. 3 wickets in hand. Jayden Seales into the attack from the Michael holding end. 2 for 50 his returns so far. Did get a career best in the first innings, 3 for 70. And continues to be quite impressive in the infancy of his test career. Kemar Roach spoke in glowing terms of Jayden Seales, quite impressive and laudable. But the focus is on the surface, on the pitch. And what we've been seeing, Kyle Mayers has been able to get some of that variable bounce that we keep talking about to Babar Azam. First one, good length. Well played. The second one, fuller. And that was the wicket-taking delivery. And even though it was fuller, there was more bounce on offer, as you can see from this illustration. So it continues to be challenging for the batsmen.
Short leg in for Yazir Shah.
And these two will be teammates quite soon. Yazir Shah, of course, will represent the Trinbago Knight Riders. Jayden Seales plays for the Trinbago Knight Riders in the CPL. But for the moment, we'll be trying to get him dismissed quite quickly. Yazir Shah will be trying to resist that effort and get some runs, some more runs for Pakistan.
Rando.
Again, the shoulder of the bat, this time safely for Yazir Shah. Babar Azam wasn't as fortunate. Not in control of that one, and despair for Jayden Seales. The new ball will be available at the end of this over. Remains to be seen what Craig Brathwaite will do.
Changing the field. They're going back to the same field that got rid of Hassan Ali in the first innings, with the man at leg slip who caught him, but there was a deep square leg for the short ball. And of course, he goes after it because he knew also what was coming. So Hassan Ali seems like an instinctive lower order batsman. No one in front of the bat apart from Craig Brathwaite. And so he knew it was coming. And he's prepared to be aggressive and take his chances. 3 vital runs. 144 the lead.
Yeah, there was an exchange of words at the end of that dismissal in the first innings as well. So Hassan Ali will remember that. Jayden Seales as well. So 2 feisty characters, always provides entertainment.
got his man. Jayden Seales strikes an improvement on his test best figures as it stands right now.
And that length, once again, the length that Kima Roach spoke about from Jayden Seales does just enough to get the outside edge and another catch for Joshua Da Silva, his 8th in the match so far. Yasir Shah goes for 480 for 8, and it will be the Blue Waters drinks break.
180 for 8, if you've just joined us. Pakistan have lost 3 wickets this morning.
First of the 3 wickets to have fallen for Fahim Ashraf. Excellent dive and catch by Joshua Da Silva. And then the big fish, Babar Azam. Kyle Mayers this time. And Jason Holder with a simple catch. And the celebration for the West Indian boys. And then Jayden Seales. Another catch for Joshua Da Silva, Yasir Shah. The batsman dismissed Kyle Mayers to continue. Remember, the second new ball available at this stage. Haven't taken it just yet.
It's just a simple length, and our ball tracking guys have been talking about what is the most successful length on this surface, which I tried to show last night after the game was finished. Deep mid-wicket, long on, long off in place, but still it's an in-out field with slips and gully catching. Fine leg or long leg in place. Now we're getting a fly slip as well.
I'm sure the West Indian fielders will be reminding Hassan Ali about the availability of the new ball and the additional bounce that comes with it. And there's only one approach that you'd expect from Hassan Ali at this stage, batting with Shaheen Shah. And just Mohammad Abbas to come. Runs needed by Pakistan.
That should go for 6. It really is a good strike by Hassan Ali. 150 the lead.
Just advances down the pitch to Kyle Mayers and deposits him back over his head. A massive blow here at Sabina Park. The second 6 of the innings, the second 6 of the match. Both to Pakistan. And that has prompted Joshua Da Silva to come up to the stumps just to keep him. And by him, I mean Hassan Ali in his crease, keep him honest. The point goes to cover point as well. So a first slip, maybe a third slip, fly slip, cover point. Long on, long off, deep mid wicket. Fine leg on the boundary.
Catch!
Jomel Warrican, you need to do better than that, surely. It's gone to his favored hand, but they're important runs for Pakistan and Hassan Ali.
And this might just prompt the taking of that second new ball. Smashes this one just to the left of Warrican, who, like you mentioned, should have done much better with that, but useful runs.
More work for Warrican.
The last 3 balls have resulted in 12 runs. 156 now, the lead for Pakistan. I just wonder what Craig Brathwaite would do in the next over with that new ball being available.
I know what Hassan Ali will do here now, because the field is set deep. Does he look for a single or does he go big again? Does he want to keep the strike? Can't keep the strike. Over. 192 for 8.
Come back a little. Middle.
Still the old ball. And the reason that Kemar Roach was pulled out of the attack early was to, in one vein, allow him to get a little break before the second new ball was taken. I think it was the right decision. And it perhaps would have been, in my view, a good decision to take the new ball with Shaheen Shah Afridi on strike as well. Careful, Jayden Seales, careful. Has it pitched on? That's one of the questions. They've convinced Brathwaite again, Craig.
Third umpire, the television director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot and established it's a fair delivery. Can you move on to front on spin vision, please? There doesn't appear to be any bat. However, I'm going to need Ultra Edge to confirm. Ultra Edge coming up, Joe. There's a flat line as the ball passes next to the bat. There is no bat involved. Can you move on to ball tracking, please? Just waiting on ball tracking, building. Ball tracking coming up. Impact, pitching in line, impact in line, wickets hitting. I'm ready to go back on field to Joel. Joel, I'm gonna have to ask you to overturn the decision to out. You're on screen now.
Career best for Jayden Seales. He wanted it. He pleaded with the captain, convinced him to go for it this time correctly.
A legend in the making is what Kemar Roach described. Jayden Seales, Shaheen Shah Afridi goes without scoring 192 for 9.
Mohammad Abbas, who will look forward to bowling on this surface later on, is the last man to come in.
And this is the reason he's here. Another full pitch delivery. Plumb the top of middle stump, 3/4 of the way up. Initially given not out, but he had to reverse that decision. He was absolutely convinced, and that conviction also convinced Craig Brathwaite. Look at the celebration from Joshua De Silva. He was instrumental in getting Craig Brathwaite to take the review. Opportunity for a maiden 5-wicket haul for Jayden Seales. 3 deliveries left in this over. 3 slips in a gully. Short leg in position. Perfect opportunity for the young man to get a well-deserved 5-wicket haul. Been impressive throughout this test match. Can he do it?
That's okay. His father, Larry, and his mom will be tuned in to television if they're not in church, at home at this very point in time. Very good family upbringing. When we saw his family in South Africa in the Under-19 World Cup last year, I've mentioned this before. His family traveled with him. They talked about the value they place with Jayden on test match cricket. Educated young man, good school upbringing. Needs to be a little bit careful with getting fined. But he's very good wrist position.
This is what he's produced in the second innings. A good cluster of deliveries. That length that Kemar Roach mentioned, his natural length. Impeccable, and he can only improve with the experience of test match cricket. Exciting prospect.
That's not out, says the umpire. 1-9-2 for 9.
Change of bowler, right arm over.
Wicket stumbling. West Indies in the ascendancy with the ball. They would have spoken a lot about taking the remaining 5 wickets. Pakistan at the start of the day's play with 160. It was spoken a lot about batting to lunch. Well, things are unfolding in a different sequence. Just 1 wicket remaining in this Pakistan's innings. The lead 156. Morning to you, Colin Cruff.
Well, good morning. It's been an excellent morning for the West Indies. Roach is coming back from the northern end, the Courtney Walsh end, for his second spell this morning already. He started excellently this morning, got a couple of wickets. Between himself and Seales, they've made sure that Pakistan, having started at just 160 for 5, they didn't progress too well.
Goes down the ground. And all the way for 6. A clean strike from Hassan Ali.
Well, this is what he does. And These are very, very useful runs. It's still the old ball. So I think Marucci will have a quick word with his captain about getting a new ball. An attempted slow ball. Didn't hit it the way he would have liked. Hit the top of the bat, but a lot of power back over the bowler's head. And 6. So he's got 24. Already 2 sixes.
Kept out by Hassan Ali. Well, many of you in Pakistan will remember his innings in that final of the Babar Azam Trophy when playing for the Central Punjabs. He scored a 58-ball 100 in that final. And that is in Pakistan's first-class competition. That match ended in a tie, Colin Croft.
The boundary riders must have been busy because he gives me the right attitude. Let it go. Long handle. And the boundary riders are out here. There's a third man, a man on cover point boundary, extra cover boundary, long off, long on, a backward square leg. So everybody's out of the circle except the slip, an orthodox mid off, everybody else out.
Finds a gap. Didn't think he expected to place it in that region, but Pakistan will take it. Brings up the 200 now.
Yes, another slow ball, I think, probably tried here by Roach. Is wide, a big edge. Now Joshua Da Silva will have to become Superman to get up there and to his right. It was really high. Probably would have gone over the top of first slip too. Because Jason Holder's position as a second slip position.
Good take by Joshua Da Silva. Some pace on that one from Kemar Roach. Keeps Hassan Ali off strike for the next over. 202 for 9. Lead now 166. Craig Brathwaite opting not to take that second new ball. Using the first new ball, which is now 83 overs old. As we start the 84th.
Mohammad Abbas is not renowned for his batting, but he's got a vital role to play here for Pakistan. If he could just get a single somewhere, then Hassan Ali is going to come in and again try to use a long handle. This is a time of maturity for Jayden Seales. He's got a bowl straight enough to get a wicket and yet not allow runs to be scored. Got to focus.
Beautiful. Terrific bowling again by the right-handed fast bowler Jayden Seales. Always building his reputation as a fast bowler in Test match cricket.
Yes, the ball is just coming with a little bit of movement in the air, and then once it hits the ground, you could see the seam pointing to the slip. The other thing I noticed with him is that his follow-through is being extended a little bit. He's now warming up into being a fast bowler.
Quick single. Hassan Ali gets there. Craig Brathwaite was aiming for the non-striker's end. Mohammad Abbas not intentionally getting into the way.
Yes, the man in the short extra cover region probably should have been a little bit more aware that this single is going to be taken. And the boundary riders go out. Everybody's sprinting out to the edges. Just a slip. And maybe the captain having a word with the bowler as to where he should bowl.
Well, Colin Crawford, Jayden Seales has an opportunity to create history here. To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so. Taking the record from Alf Valentine, this young man has created history.
Absolutely well caught. And I think it's absolutely fitting, too, that Kemar Roach took that catch down at fine leg. Seales would be very, very pleased with this. 5 wickets. He's 19 years old. You knew that he would do this. He would try to hit the ball. And that is very well caught. That ball stayed up a long, long time. So Seales ends up with a 5 for 55. Hassan Ali 28, 203 all out.
A moment to make all West Indians proud. Jayden Seales getting his maiden 5 wicket in Test match cricket. 5 for 55 in just under 16 overs. The young man from Trinidad and Tobago, standing tall, doing exactly what his team would have wanted, and closing the Pakistan innings off.